The FICCI's 97th Annual General Meeting and Annual Convention. The theme this year for FICCI's Annual Convention is Actions for Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat, or a developed and a prosperous India, is not just a vision, it is a commitment to building a future where every Indian has access to quality education, healthcare, sustainable livelihood, and the tools to thrive in a global economy. Our sessions today are aligned with this mission. Together, through innovation, collaboration, and commitment, we can transform this vision into reality and empower every sector to play a role in building Viksit Bharat. Please join me in warmly welcoming on stage Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI, to kindly address the August House.
Good morning. Today I'm going to talk about ambition, collaboration, and action. India today stands at the cusp of a tremendous opportunity. The Indian economy will add as much GDP to the world as will the European Union in the next 5 years. Let's reflect on that. As much GDP as the European Union, not just as much as Germany or not as much as France. India will be the third largest economy in the world before 2030. More than that, geopolitics today has given us an opportunity to be the manufacturing hub of the world. Some call it China plus one. But I would argue, why should India be a plus one? India has the opportunity to stand on its own feet, to chart its own destiny. That requires ambition. And our Honorable Prime Minister has outlined that ambition. Viksit Bharat by 2047, a $32 trillion economy. That's more than the US is today, more than what China is today. But this goal also has some very specific targets to it. It talks about manufacturing going up to 25% of the economy, which means manufacturing has to grow 16x over the next 23 years. It talks about exports growing 11 times in that same time period. It is also a set of goals which are inclusive in nature. And that's important for the economy. So we have the ambition. But what will it take for all stakeholders to work together collaboratively? Because it is only then that we will achieve this. The government has set a series of actions in place. A number of reforms, GST being one of the most important ones, because lower logistics costs is important for us to be competitive as a manufacturing economy. A number of actions on ease of doing business. And one of the things I'd highlight is a digital stack, which has made life so much easier in many ways and is by far the best in the world in terms of various aspects that are required to enable participants in the economy to work together seamlessly. The private sector is not too far behind. Though one can argue that private investment has still been lagging a little bit, but there are a number of bold steps being taken by large companies. A startup ecosystem is revving up very, very quickly and generating a lot of value. Our MSMEs are getting into the act. The private sector is working very well to be able to help drive this goal. At FICCI, our team has been working to ensure a very strong collaboration between industry and government. We've consulted with over 500 CEOs among our member companies to get their views on how should the Indian economy be shaped. And the team has worked with over 30 plus ministries in various different sessions to help outline thoughts from industry and work to address the questions that the government has in policy formulation. I will highlight a 78-page book that was created for the new government with suggestions for every single ministry for a 100-day agenda and a 3 to 5 year agenda as well. And this is one where I would also highlight the fact that we have a government that is willing to listen, that is open to arguments with us, with industry, on what makes sense, why does this make sense, and then to act based on things that make sense. And as FICCI, we have not been pushing for specific exemptions or tax incentives or other things that may benefit 1 or 2 or 3 companies. We've been talking about what makes sense for the industry, what makes sense for our economy, for us to meet our Viksit Bharat goals. That's where actions come in. Because we can dream as much as we want, we can talk as much as we want, but we really have to do something to be able to get there. And this year for FICCI, we had outlined 4 goals. Make in India, women-led development, farm prosperity, and sustainability. And in working with all of you, all of our member companies, as well as with the government, we outlined very specific targets for each of these goals. And here I would like to give a lot of credit to McKinsey for their actions in shaping this, in helping us put all of this together and bringing a lot of thought from various different countries as well to help us put this together. And the specific targets we set were not for 2047, but for the next 3 years. Because we need to be able to achieve them now and get us on the path. So for Make in India, we've set a target that India's share in global manufacturing should go up from 3.1 to 5% in the next 3 years. And that in all our strategic subsectors, we should achieve 80% self-reliance. For women-led development, we've set a target of a 5 percentage point increase in women participation in the workforce, and to skill 40 lakh women and enable them to get jobs in the next 3 years. For farm prosperity, the target is 8 lakh crore of agri-exports and specific enhancements in productivity. And for sustainability, we are setting targets that are more ambitious than what has been set by the government. We would like to reach a 30% penetration of electric vehicles, 4-wheelers, by 27, which is the next 3 years, and 80% for electric 3-wheelers, and reduce industrial emissions by 17%. As you can see, this is not for the weak-hearted. More importantly, there's a very specific set of actions outlined for each of these. There are 100 plus initiatives that are being driven by each of our committees with support from the FICCI team. And I must ask a round of applause for Jyoti and the FICCI team for the outstanding work that they've done this year. Actions for a Viksit Bharat has been our goal for the year. That is the theme for our AGM. And in closing, I'd like each of you to imagine a world where India is a manufacturing hub, where everyone looks at India as the place that we have to be for manufacturing, where there is equality in the workplace and women have as much right as anyone else to get jobs, to get promoted, to be in senior leadership, to be on boards, and where we don't need to talk about women-led development anymore, where farm prosperity becomes a reality, where we don't have as much food wastage, our supply chains are far better, productivity is far higher, and that never becomes a factor on inflation, and where India takes the lead on sustainability. The world goes back and forth at times, but can India be the leader? Imagine this world and know that we have the power to make it happen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honourable Minister would be joining us now. And please welcome Shri Piyush Goyal ji, the Honourable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Namaskar and good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have the honour of welcoming our esteemed guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honourable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. And may I request Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI, to kindly do the honours of welcoming the Honourable Minister with a green certificate and a memento as a token of our gratitude. FICCI's tradition in giving the green certificate is a pledge to plant a grove of trees at Somgo, Sikkim for ecotourism. And the special memento is an exclusive handcrafted artwork from Muradabad, also known as the Brass City or the Pital Nagri in Uttar Pradesh, in recognition to its metalwork industry, which is contributing to the region's economic growth and employment opportunities to numerous skilled artisans. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And I would now request Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI and Group CEO and Managing Director, Mahindra Group, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Good morning. I spoke earlier about ambition, collaboration, and action. And our Honourable Minister, Piyush Goyal, is a person who embodies this more than anyone else I've seen. In various conversations we've had over the past year, I've always seen a very high set of targets that the minister will set. And that ambition is one that is required in line with our Prime Minister's Viksit Bharat goals. Beyond that, he's always been open to a very strong collaboration with industry. He's always been open to a dialogue. I've had arguments with him at times with data, and he's a master at data. So for any discussions you have with him, please do not do so unless your data is perfect, because he will give you other elements of data that may counter what you put forth. But that is, again, to me, the beauty and the power that we have in our government today, which is open to listening, which is open to hearing different views and then taking action based on what makes sense. And our Honorable Minister drives action because outcomes matter for him. One of the hardest working folks, not just in government but across industry. There have been numerous times where I've had meetings starting at either 11:30 or past midnight and going late into the night, where he has an early start the next morning, but he will take that time to address things that are important and that are required. So with that, Honorable Minister, we welcome you to our AGM. Thank you so much for your presence here, and we look forward to your address.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those warm words of welcome. And as we continue this celebration of excellence, we take a moment to honor and recognize those individual industrial parks that have set a benchmark in cleanliness, sustainability, and environmental responsibility. FICCI, responding to the Honorable Prime Minister's call for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, has initiated the Swachh Industrial Park campaign and awards to encourage and promote cleanliness in industrial parks in the country. Our knowledge partner in this initiative is PwC. This FICCI initiative received a very encouraging response. Applicants from nearly 140 government parks across 18 states were received across 3 assessment categories: environmental sustainability, waste management, and infrastructure. 11 states have been shortlisted for the awards. While the awardees are being recognized, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to all participating industrial parks for their contributions. An independent jury member has been drawn from industry experts, think tank, and media. We would like to thank the jury members for their support and guidance. And I would like to invite our jury chair, Ms. Aarti Ahuja, former Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Labour and Employment, to kindly join the dignitaries on the dais. And I would request Shri Piyush Goyalji to kindly felicitate our distinguished awardees. As we announce the awardees, the award category, Excellence in Swachh Industrial Parks, recognizes the park that has emerged as the top-ranked park across all 3 assessment categories. I would request our senior representative from Gujarat to kindly come up on the dais to receive the award, and requesting the Honorable CIM to kindly present the award to Vapi Industrial Estate, CIDC from Gujarat. Congratulations. The next category is the Jury Award. This is to acknowledge the 2 state corporations whose nominated parks have excelled across all assessment categories. And may I invite Mr. Manvendra Pratap Singh, Managing Director, Assam Industrial Development Corporation, and Srimati D. Sneha, Executive Director, State Industries Promotion Corporation of Tamil Nadu. And I request the Honorable Minister to present the Special Jury Award to Assam Industrial Development Corporation, AIDC. And we present the award to State Industries Promotion Corporation of Tamil Nadu, SIPCOT. May I request both the awardees to kindly join our dignitaries for a group photograph, please. Congratulations to them. Let's have a round of applause for both the distinguished awardees. We now announce the awardees for the champions category, which recognizes parks under each of the 3 assessment categories. For environmental sustainability champions, I would request our senior representatives of the respective parks to kindly come up on the dais to receive the award. The winners are Kinfra Integrated Industrial and Textile Park, Palakkad, Kerala; TGIIC Industrial Park, Cherlapalli, Telangana; Bornada Industrial Park, Rajasthan; and Vemagal Industrial Area, Karnataka. We request the Honourable Minister to kindly present the award to Kinfra Integrated Industrial and Textile Park, Palakkad, Kerala. We present the award to TGIIC Industrial Park, Cherlapalli, Telangana. We present the award to Bornada Industrial Park, Rajasthan. And we now award Vemagal Industrial Area, Karnataka. And requesting all our distinguished awardees to kindly join the dignitaries for a group photograph. And let's once again put our hands together for all the deserving winners for this category of environmental sustainability champions. Moving on now for the infrastructure champions, I would like to request the senior representatives of the respective parks to kindly come up on the stage. The award is presented to IMT Rohtak, Haryana; Kinfra High Tech Park, Kalamsari, Kerala; Ankleshwar GIDC, Gujarat; and APSEZ, Achutapuram, Andhra Pradesh. And we request the Honourable Minister to present the Infrastructure Champions Award to IMT Rohtak, Haryana. The next award is presented to, in this category, Kinfra High Tech Park, Kalamsari, Kerala. And the Infrastructure Champions Award is now presented to Ankleshwar GIDC, Gujarat. And the Infrastructure Champions Award is presented to APSEZ, Achutapuram, Andhra Pradesh. And we request our awardees to join the dignitaries for a group photograph. And a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our infrastructure champions. For the next category, that is for the waste management champions, once again requesting the senior representatives of the respective parks to kindly come up to receive the award. I request the Honourable Minister to kindly present the Waste Management Champions Award to IMT Bawal, Haryana. Let's put our hands together for Haryana, IMT Bawal. And the Waste Management Champions Award is presented to DMIC Vikram Udyogpuri Limited, Madhya Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, Butibori Industrial Area and Ranjangaon Industrial Area Phase 1 from Maharashtra have also been recognized as the champions under the waste management category and requesting our winners to join the dignitaries for a group photograph. A round of applause for our deserving winners, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, congratulations to all our deserving awardees. And with that, we thank the Honorable Minister for kindly doing the honors of presenting the awards, felicitating the winners. Shri Piyush Goyalji's leadership and commitment to India's economic growth has empowered businesses and industries to reach their potential and contribute to Viksit Bharat, a developed and prosperous India. I now have the privilege in requesting the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Shri Piyush Goyalji, to kindly share his vision and insights on India's evolving role in the global economy. Let's put our hands together to welcome the Honorable Minister for his address.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and a very good morning to all the distinguished participants of the 97th Annual General Meeting of FICCI. My good friend and somebody who has steered FICCI very admirably for the last year, Dr. Anish Shah. Congratulations on a wonderful tenure, and I wish you well in the years ahead, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will continue to be engaged with the FICCI story for many, many decades more to come and be a part of the story towards Viksit Bharat 2047, which is largely the focus of today's AGM. But wonderful work done, very proud of your achievements, both in the private sector and in this role as FICCI's president. And I have no doubt in my mind that Harsha Agarwal will surely carry forward that work equally well. Wish you all the very best. And may FICCI continue to advance towards its century at great pace, with great confidence, and certainly with significant outcomes, as was told by Anish when he talked about me. Anant, I hope you are learning the ropes and getting ready to take on the assignment the year after. Wish you all the very best, and I know that this job almost takes away 2 years of your life fully, both as the incoming and while you're the president. But I personally can tell you, though I never became any senior person in any of the chambers, I don't think Harshpati or Harshvardhanji or anybody ever felt me capable enough to be. But I can tell you it's an absolutely outstanding opportunity. One evolves in this job, one gets a lot of chances to understand the India story beyond the business that one does. So I'm sure Harsh and Anand, both young men, will surely get to understand the country better, and that will help you in your career, in your life, very significantly as you go forward. And I think this must be the first AGM I'm attending after you took over, Jyotiji. Wish you all the very best, and I hope under your leadership the organization continues to grow and serve the interests both of industry and be an interface between government and industry, both nationally and internationally, to take us to the goal of Viksit Bharat. Friends, I think while coming in here, I was trying to think what I should focus on today. On more than one occasion, I've talked about the India story, the India growth story, the India story of economic stability, our leadership across the world. We've just seen 3 countries confer their highest civilian awards to the Honorable Prime Minister in the space of 3 days or 4 days. And very clearly one can see that the stature of India across the world is significantly growing year upon year. We are being recognized as the growth engine of the world. The world looks upon India's leadership, Prime Minister Modi's leadership, to make the world a better place. The global south wants India to play an even more important role in our future, in the world's future. And all of this is on the back of only one word: trust. India today has earned the trust of the world. India today is looked upon as a trusted partner. India and Indian businesses today are increasingly becoming a part of global value chains, becoming partners to international conglomerates, Fortune 500 companies. Countries around the world are looking at greater engagement with India. And I would define all of this because of the trust that India has earned over the last several years. In fact, possibly in your business terminology, that would be the X factor. But all of that has come after 10 years. And of course, many other steps taken in the past also. I will not take away from our whole 78-year journey since independence. We are in our 78th year. But I think it's been a transformation which was beyond anybody's imagination, where a number of initiatives, like the beads in a necklace, contributed to taking India to its current state of affairs. And amongst the many measures, and I could list out such a long list of programs, whether it is Digital India, whether it's our effort to take electricity to every home through Saubhagya Yojana, whether it's our effort to make sure nobody ever sleeps hungry through the Pradhan Mantri Anna Yojana, whether it's our effort to provide health care through the Ayushman Bharat Yojana. There have been a significant number of programs and schemes where Honorable Prime Minister has made an effort to saturate, to reach the last man at the bottom of the pyramid, to meet the various needs of a good quality of life. And all of these, like the beads in a necklace, are very much interconnected. They all have a role to play. And I've deliberately not mentioned Swachh Bharat because that's what I wanted to focus on. Swachh Bharat was the first major initiative the Honorable Prime Minister announced in 2014 from the ramparts of the Red Fort on 15th August. If you look back, many people, and there were many naysayers, not necessarily in the opposition, which is still understandable. There were many naysayers, even otherwise, who felt that this is not something a Prime Minister should be focusing on. In his very first address to the nation after winning with an absolute majority for the first time after 30 years. But when one looks at the transformative impact Swachh Bharat mission has had on India growth story, we will recognize a lot of the things that we have achieved could not have happened but for the first baby step of Swachh Bharat, which of course ultimately became a humongous movement across the length and breadth of the country. And think back, 2014, did we ever hesitate to just spit a chewing gum that we were having onto the footpath, or even roll down our car window and throw a scrap piece of paper or a crumpled piece of paper or a leftover part of the pizza, even from the car window? And I'm not necessarily alluding to a set of people sitting in this room, but if we looked at the then 1.2 billion population of India, nobody ever imagined that Swachhata also is something that involves all of us and that impacts all of us. We would go to Singapore, follow all the rules of Singapore, often comment on Singapore that it's a very fine country, alluding to the fines that one had to pay if you were messing up the streets of Singapore. But we never ever thought that it matters to us. But at the same time, in our own homes, in our own offices, in our own factories, we were very conscious that Swachhata is important to us. But we were not really concerned that where the environment is, where the rest of the nation is. Similarly, we would watch films, or in today's day and age, maybe OTT shows, though they were not that prevalent at that point of time. We would watch films, we would watch songs, which almost kind of glorified or certainly recognized that more than half the country, or homes in half the country, did not have a toilet at home. But nobody for the 67 years after independence ever thought it's a subject that needs to be addressed. It's a question of the dignity of our women folk. It's an empowerment tool for greater participation of our women in the economy. Sadly, it just didn't strike any of us that we could do something about it. Similarly, we had a problem of the girl child particularly dropping out of school at a very young age. Many of us knew or recognized that one of the causes was the lack of a separate toilet for our girl children and the associated problems that the girl child had when she was in school. So she would drop out maybe for a week or 10 days, not attend. Gradually it happened 2 or 3 times. The teacher or the school rules were being violated. She was scolded. Another month she didn't want to go to school, and gradually she was destined to lose out on education. And these are only a few of the impacts. If you look at our tourism story, and while I was giving out the awards, I was trying to note, and I don't know if you saw a pattern. All those states who were the largest winners of those awards are states which also attract the highest number of tourists. While the award was for Industrial Park cleanliness or associated, I must compliment you, by the way. What a fantastic process, Aarti ji, you have gone through and FICCI has devised. It's an absolutely wonderful process. I wish you had shown the audience the presentation that I just read. It's an absolutely remarkable lesson for all of us to learn. How these cities, industrial townships have been recognized for being clean townships or clean industrial areas. But these would not be in isolation. It must be the mindset that has enabled these industrial townships, industrial cities or industrial areas to evolve that culture of cleanliness. So Vikram Udyogpuri in Madhya Pradesh could not have been a clean industrial township but for the fact that Indore, which is in the neighborhood, and that whole region, Indore, Ujjain, that whole region is conscious about cleanliness. And Indore probably ranks first for many years in a row as the cleanest city in the country. It's not without reason that Kerala got a number of awards. It's because there must be a mindset, a culture of cleanliness, and we can see that when we go to God's own country. And then you will see that these are just two examples. We could speak about Maharashtra, we could speak about Gujarat, we could speak about Rajasthan. I think those were the main states that come to my mind when I recall the award winners. Andhra got some award. These are the states where tourism also has flourished because the mindset has accepted Swachhata, and that mindset goes from the home to the office, to our environments, to our city, then to our workplaces, and then gradually if the state becomes clean, it attracts more and more tourists towards that place. Whether there are adequate public toilets, whether there's good quality of air and environment, whether the roads are kept clean, whether the tourist places are kept clean, whether they have the right facilities, the entire tourism ecosystem. I'm just trying to share that cleanliness very, very closely aligns to economic development, to job creation and employment. And I would urge all those who have not applied for this award as yet, about 137 applicants were received. I'm sure we have many, many more industrial parks or industrial areas across the country. This was your first year, and I'm really grateful to FICCI for having set up this award. I'm sure going forward you will get the private sector also, and the private sector SEZs, the private sector industrial areas. Your zone of consideration will certainly become larger, but this competition will help create that awareness. And I think this kind of an award always encourages those who have won it to retain their position, those who have not yet won it to aspire to be a victor. So I would urge you to try and expand the zone of consideration, and I would urge all of you. The award is not for the management of these industrial parks. The award is for all of us in industry, in business, who are using these industrial parks, who are running industry and businesses there. It's we who have to manage our area better. And therefore, I would think a national movement across the country, led by FICCI, on Swachhata in industrial workplaces can have a significant impact on the overall cleanliness program. On our part, we have built about 12 crore toilets so that every home has its own toilet. I remember in the very first year when the Prime Minister announced that every school and college will have a separate toilet for girl children. All the private sector, large corporations, the PSUs, all had collectively worked towards making a toilet in every single school or college. But it's now 10 years, a decade since that program had been launched. I think it may be a good idea for all of us in the corporate world and working closely, if necessary, with municipal authorities or government to see if we can once again revisit, and all our PSUs may also possibly revisit all the facilities that were created to ensure the upkeep, to ensure the availability of running water, the cleanliness, so that it may not happen that these programs became a one-off affair. In fact, if industry can adopt such toilets in schools and colleges, I think that would be a great impactful CSR initiative. Just making sure that they are well maintained so that children, and I don't think anybody in this room would disagree that the children are our future. And what we teach them, what they receive at an early age, is going to define the India growth story. So maybe some food for thought for you, because really you've picked upon something that's very, very close to the Honorable Prime Minister's heart and to all of us, and I'm sure is equally close to every single person in this room today. Compliments to FICCI on this. FICCI could also possibly stand for fostering innovation, collaboration, competitiveness in industry. And that brings me to the second point which I wanted to highlight today. I've just come in from a little bit of a discussion with the principal advisor to the Prime Minister on innovation, on science and technology, the principal scientific advisor. And we were discussing the Anusandhan NRF, the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, that the Honorable Prime Minister has announced. It's a 1 lakh crore rupee, about $12 billion support that government will be giving to encourage partnerships or collaboration between industry, academia and government to help foster the spirit of inquiry, to help create the ecosystem for innovation, R&D in the country, and encourage our institutions of higher learning and our industry both to partner and come up with newer solutions, newer ways to make India really an important part of the international innovation ecosystem. And I was sharing with Dr. Ajay Sood that when you are giving $12 billion, don't equate it with the amount of money that maybe a company in Europe or a company in America or the US would be investing in innovation. Because the cost of innovation, the cost of trying out trials, the cost of research in India is significantly lower than the cost in these developed countries. So if Switzerland with a $103,000 per capita income or the US with a $80,000 per capita income invests in developing a new drug or invests in a new innovation, let's say on battery, their cost is at least going to be 10 times the cost that we will incur in India. So effectively, when the government is putting up for your use and for you all to quickly take $12 billion of government funding, it equates to nearly $120 or $150 billion worth of research that is happening in the developed world. And I would like you all to deliberate, and if there is any flaw in my argument, please do correct me. But I genuinely thought it over, and I believe that with this pool of capital, and if we can quickly use it, I assure you the government will not be found wanting to put up additional funding on the table. But we have to get the industry and get the people of India, the youngsters, tuned to looking at new innovation and new ideas and developing them, experimenting with them, willing to fail should it happen, but continue and persevere to create an innovation ecosystem in the country. And therefore, I would urge all of you, ladies and gentlemen, the track record in the past, whenever government has promoted innovation or even offered to fund innovation in a big way, has not yet evinced the kind of interests that we would like to see from all of you. If there are anything that you want us to simplify, any processes, the speed of taking decisions, any issues with the research that you are doing, with the institutions, whether they are coming forward or not coming forward, we are open to your suggestions. Maybe FICCI could put together a small team of companies or company representatives who are involved with innovation and see how we can work together to even make the guidelines or to make the processes outcome oriented with speed of action and truly help India develop the spirit of inquiry or the ecosystem required for R&D across the length and breadth of the country. I think we should also look up some high quality private sector institutions to become a part of this industry, academia, government partnership, and therefore you could foster the spirit of innovation and help us create collaboration with the industry so that India can have the competitive edge when we are meeting the demands of 1.4 billion people and when we are meeting our hopefully our next thrust on exports in the years to come. Finally, I just want to request, I'm sorry Dr. Anish, you may think I've only come here to ask you, but I think we'll have to work together, all of us. If we really want to see Viksit Bharat 2047, it'll have to be a collaborative effort. We'll have to work together. When we work in isolation, we will work with a limited experience and knowledge at our command. Also, with our own experiences in government of the past, which may not necessarily be conducive to the future and the way the world is working today. And therefore, I would like to urge industry to play a more proactive role on helping us in our ease of doing business agenda, in our agenda to reduce compliance burdens, in our agenda to decriminalize any laws which are detrimental to your work, which are kind of an impediment or which make you uncomfortable, particularly when the misdemeanor is very small. On these areas of compliance burden and decriminalization, which can lead to ease of doing business, I do seek your support, your active participation. What more we can do transparently? I mean, I'll give you a simple example. In our Commerce and Industry Ministry and the associated offices along with that, we are making a very serious effort that nobody ever has to come to our particular designated hour or half an hour, depending on the requirement, either every day or twice a week, again, depending on the amount of interface that people have, where you can just log on and sort out your issues across a video conference. If it's something that you do not wish to discuss with others, though normally nobody else is there, it's a queuing system. So we allow one person into the VC. So whatever you discuss is very private and confidential. But should you need a separate meeting, for which very often you would fly down from all over the country and come to Delhi and, as they say, jute ghisna padta tha. We want to get rid of all of that, wherever you are. From your mobile phone, you can just click the link, connect on video conference to us, and advantage is all of that gets recorded. So it comes into our dashboard. It avoids any risk of any irregular activities. It helps us at the higher level to know what are the kind of issues. Otherwise, you come, meet somebody and go away. I would never know what kind of issues are bothering people. But with my dashboard now, I can see exactly what generally is troubling people and see what we can do to resolve that with maybe a root cause analysis. and solving the issue for everybody instead of the individual who raised the issue. And that way, if it doesn't get resolved in a time-bound manner, it even escalates to a joint secretary or to the secretary, or beyond that if it's very serious, even to me. But the idea is transparency, I believe, will make it easier to do business. Easier for all of you to be assured that you will get a non-discriminatory and rightful hearing and rightful addressing of your issues. So such type of ideas, I hope, also come from industry. This can only work if you cooperate, if you use these facilities, if you actually, wherever you have an issue with the Commerce and Industry Ministry, at least get onto the link. Maybe you may find one day the link doesn't work, then write into me. So I know that whether my processes, which I'm assuming are helping industry, are actually working well for you or not. So you will have to be the feedback mechanism to help us do our job better. Similarly, quality is another issue on which we have been putting in quality control orders. There are specifications through BIS, through FSSAI, in the telecom sector, steel sector. Many of these may have gotten outdated. While it's reported to me that about 90% plus of all our standards, quality standards, align with generally accepted global standards. There's nothing like an international standard. Very often I get requests from many companies and countries that India should follow international standard. But to date, I have not been able to figure out, and no counterpart of mine has been able to show me what is an international standard. There is no body in the world which says this mic system should have these 4 important elements. Europe has decided its own, America has decided its own. Everybody in the world have prepared their own standards. We in India have prepared our standards, but we generally look at international standards to align and learn from best practices. But again, that's an area I would urge all of you. Maybe again, FICCI could take up this challenge. We have about 30 or 40,000 technical committees which decide these standards. You are a federation who I believe has hundreds and thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of smaller chambers or members across the country. Can we not ensure that in every technical committee there is a representative from industry who will help make these standards contemporary? That way, quality standards can be more practical, useful for all of you, and will help India evolve as a country recognized across the globe as a quality producer of goods and country which provides services of high quality. I think that is going to define our Viksit Bharat growth story, unless and until the world has the confidence that India can be not only a trusted partner, where I believe we've done admirably well, but is also a quality producer of goods and services. I think this will be a potent combination which can impact our journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047, and I'm sure each one of you in this room will help us achieve these lofty targets. We are looking at a country where every child born in India has a quality of life that really is exceptionally high, good, satisfying. And we in this room are going to be the makers of the destiny of India. I'm sure each one of you will participate wholeheartedly, and each one of you will contribute towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for illuminating the path ahead for India's commerce and industry. Your guidance is truly invaluable in shaping a sustainable and a thriving economy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Mr. Harsha V. Agarwal, President-elect FICCI and Vice Chairman, Managing Director, Imami Limited, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I extend a heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji for sharing his time, vision, and insights with us today. Let me start with assuring Shri Piyush Goyal ji that FICCI will sincerely work towards taking forward the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji of Swachh Bharat. Also, I am happy to say that FICCI has been part of and driving the Indian Sanitation Coalition Award. This year, next week, the 8th edition will be taking place. Basis your interaction in our last NECM, we have also shared our suggestions on Jan Vishwas Bill and PESO, and nearly suggestions on more than 100 provisions has been shared. But we will continue to work on these areas of ease of doing business and also in the area of innovation as suggested by you. Piyush Goyal ji, our focus this year has been on 4 priorities, and Make in India is one of them. We will continue to have this focus next year as well, and we are committed to collaborating with the government to enhance India's competitiveness and position as a global manufacturing leader. Once again, thank you for your valuable time and agreeing to be part of this important session at FICCI's 97th Annual General Meeting. Thank you, everyone. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To honor the legacy of leadership that has brought FICCI to where it stands today, we would like to invite all the past presidents of FICCI to join us on stage for a group photograph with our esteemed guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our past presidents to the stage as we capture this historic moment. Let us give them a warm round of applause for their leadership and vision. And once again, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Shri Piyush Goyal ji for his inspiring address and for felicitating our distinguished awardees today. We are grateful for your guidance, sir, and the support in our journey towards a prosperous and sustainable India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to thank the Honorable Minister, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our dignitaries on the dais for the session on Make in India. May I invite Shri Kamran Rizvi, Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India. I invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage with your august presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome sir. I have the privilege in inviting on stage Shri Amardeep Singh Bhatia, Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, Government of India. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. May I invite Mr. Anand Goenka, Vice President FICCI and Vice Chairman RPG Group. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting Mr. Manish Sharma, Chair FICCI Committee on Electronics and White Goods Manufacturing, and Chairman Panasonic Life Solutions, India and South Asia. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Ms. Sulaja Firodia Motwani, Chair FICCI Maharashtra State Council, Chair FICCI Committee on Electric Vehicles, and founder and CEO, Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions Limited. And I have the honor to welcome our distinguished session moderator, Mr. Alok Sagar, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company. So, ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome. And it is now time to dive into one of the most critical topics for India's growth and development, Make in India. Make in India has been one of the key action and focus areas for FICCI, wherein we have been at the forefront, providing critical support, mobilizing industry stakeholders, and advocating policy reforms to enable growth. This session will explore FICCI's strategic initiatives, collaborative efforts with government, and tangible actions in facilitating skill development, innovation, digitization, and others. And before we begin the proceedings, I would like to request Mr. Anand Goenka, Vice President FICCI, to kindly do the honors of welcoming our special guest with the Green Certificate and a memento. We welcome Shri Kamran Rizvi, sir, Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, with the Green Certificate and a memento. Green Certificate is a FICCI tradition wherein we pledge to plant trees in the name of the honorable guest for ecotourism at Songo, Sikkim, India. We welcome and honor Shri Amardeep Singh Bhatia, Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, with a Green Certificate and a memento. The special memento is an exclusive handcrafted artwork from Muradabad. Muradabad, also known as the Brass City or the Pital Nagri in Uttar Pradesh, in recognition of its metalwork industry, which is contributing to the region's economic growth and employment opportunities to numerous skilled artisans. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And may I invite Mr. Anand Goenka to give his opening remarks and set the context of the discussions to follow. Once again, let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
So this year marks the 10th year since our Honorable Prime Minister launched Make in India. So it is a momentous year for us for Make in India. It's one of the key initiatives that FICCI has taken up amongst four. The four being Make in India, Accelerate Farm Prosperity, Sustainability, and Women-led Growth. I'll share with you a little bit of a brief on what we've been doing in the last year on Make in India. We have an accomplished committee of about 10 of us who have been working on this agenda with, of course, the entire FICCI team, and I'll be happy to update on what's been happening. Can we go to the next slide? So we have 5 key areas that we have identified as the focus areas to accelerate Make in India. One is enhance India's manufacturing competitiveness. Here we held the first India Manufacturing Leadership Conclave earlier this year. We had about 100 plus companies and leadership from the government sit together and come up with areas of improvement and focus areas on how do we de-bottleneck and make us more competitiveness. Here we are looking at achieving 5% of global share in manufacturing from just 3.1% today. These are the long-term goals, and we've broken each of these into specific actions. The second is to become self-reliant in strategic subsectors. Here we have working on certain areas on how do we reduce import or increase import substitution. We are working on rationalizing HSN codes, to address a 40,000 crore per year opportunity in reducing imports. CCTV hardware industry aspiration also will help reducing 55,000 crore of imports. We also worked with the government on the industry park framework earlier this year, and then we were lucky that Finance Minister announced various new industrial parks coming up. And here we are looking at a goal of achieving self-reliance in 80% of strategic subsectors. Commerce and Industries Minister covered some of these areas, but I also was further delighted to see that there's a high amount of overlap in government priorities and what we are doing. We're also working on evolving into an innovation-led economic powerhouse. And here we have given suggestions to the ministry on the 1 lakh crore R&D budget that they have set forth. And here India is just at about 0.7% of GDP on investment in R&D. In the short term, we want to take this up to just to 1% plus levels. We cannot see success without investing and seeing growth in our MSMEs. And we have done a lot of work on how do we empower and build capability of MSMEs in a holistic manner. We are working on a Z certification program to improve quality of MSMEs. We are piggybacking on large companies and their vendors in turn to improve quality standards. We are working on national industry benchmarks for manufacturing excellence, training programs on sustainable growth. We've tied up with institutes such as IIM Lucknow for helping MSMEs scale up beyond a certain size. We've already tied up and working with 5,000 MSMEs on Z certification, and we've covered 50,000 plus ITI graduates in digital manufacturing. And finally, on becoming a world leader in Industry 4.0. As we industrialize, this gives us an opportunity for us to leapfrog the opportunities or other countries in manufacturing. And here again, we have identified about 40 leading companies who have adopted Industry 4.0 and made them as lighthouses for companies to come, learn, and emulate. We've covered over 1,000 leaders, and 50% of the participants have already started implementing digital initiatives. And finally, we are working with the Ministry of Skill and Development for training on digital topics such as Industry 4.0, and we're looking at rolling out digital curricula for over 5,000 ITIs. So fair amount of action. We hope to take this forward in the coming year as well. And the exciting thing is that the government has been very forthcoming. We've continued to seek feedback from them and work on some of these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for setting the tone for the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege to introduce our distinguished policy makers who have been instrumental in crafting and implementing policies that are crucial to the success of Make in India. Shri Kamran Rizviji, Secretary at the Ministry of Heavy Industries, has played a pivotal role in advancing India's heavy industry sector with a focus on modernizing infrastructure, promoting sustainability, and fostering innovation. His efforts have been instrumental in driving India's industrial growth. And I have the privilege in inviting Sir for the special address. Let's once again welcome Shri Rizviji with a warm round of applause.
My colleague, Mr. Amardeep Singh Bhatia ji, Mr. Anand Goenka, Mr. Manish Sharma, my friend Sulajja Firodia Motwani ji, Alok Shir Sagar, distinguished friends from the industry, distinguished friends from the media, and all the respected participants. Let me at the very outset say that it's a privilege for me to be present at the gathering of such august members of FICCI. You gentlemen and ladies, you are driving India towards making India into a global superpower. To be present before you, it offers an opportunity to share ideas and learn from your experience. FICCI has been at the forefront of leading industry and government dialogues, but in the recent past, under the leadership of Dr. Anish Shah, our friend Anand Goenka ji, Madam Motwani, I would say that FICCI has become really a global level think tank in which so many ideas are gathered together, and it helps the government to frame policies which help government to foster the general idea that we have. We want to make India into a global superpower. And really, I would say that all the industry associations which I had the opportunity to interact with, FICCI has been the very best that we have in the country. We are living in very exciting times. Things are changing every day, and every day brings new challenges. And throughout history, people have been grappling with the idea of change. That change brings opportunities and change brings threats. And if you look at the human history, we would find that how do we grapple with change has been one of the central ideas of human history. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus said that we never step in the same river twice. The time is like a river, water is flowing, and we never step in the same river twice. And after grappling with change for a long time, we have understood that the only constant in life is change. That we have to live with change. But only thing that has happened in the current century is that the pace of change has increased. It has become unbelievable. Companies, ideas, products, which used to, occupy we used to assume that they will live forever. Those products have disappeared. If you look at our lives, we look at the railway engines. When I was young, we used to look at the steam engines. It used to fascinate us. But today, if you look at the Indian railways of the world, or railway anywhere in the world, the steam engine is no longer there. In fact, the diesel engine is also living its last lives. In fact, electrification has become the thing that is going to take us forward. If you look at so many other things that we had, cameras with reels, companies like Kodak, which used to make reels, now no longer exist as big companies. Companies like Fuji, which used to make reels. Businesses which used to print pictures, which used to take click, they no longer exist. So change is a reality we have to live with, and it brings opportunities and threats. So how do we face change? One is that change disrupts everything. We are fragile. Change comes, we lose. If a change comes, if the job market change, I lose my job and I don't get another job, I am fragile. But then the second step is, how do I become resilient? How do I become that when change comes, I withstand change? I am able to recover when the change has happened, and I come back to my original powers. That is resilience. But today the buzzword is that being resilient is not enough. Having grit is not enough. We have to become anti-fragile. That when change comes, I become stronger. After the change has happened, I am much stronger than what I started with. And that is what management wants to take us. That is what we have learnt. So how do I become anti-fragile? All of us want to become anti-fragile. The thing is that you do difficult things. People who do difficult things they become stronger, they become anti-fragile. So question is how difficult should the thing be? So the answer was given by Nietzsche when he said that what does not kill me makes me stronger. So that is the kind of difficult things that we have to do. That what does not kill me makes me stronger. And from where do I get that kind of strength? That I get up every time I fall? So that again comes from Nietzsche. That who has a why to live can do with anyhow. If we have a purpose to live, if we have a goal to live for, then circumstances don't matter. I will rise up every time I fall. So that is the guiding philosophy which should be guiding the companies and individuals. Because lives of individuals and companies are intertwined. It is not that companies have a different history and different philosophy and individuals have a different history and philosophy. Both are intertwined. And in fact, whatever we have learned from human history, individuals' history, same applies to companies. And whatever I'm saying to you, that when I joined this Department of Heavy Industries, I had the opportunity to look at the policies that we had. And when I was coming for this occasion, I had an opportunity to look at the history of the schemes that we had. That what I have just said to you about being anti-fragile, has Government of India done something on that scale? So ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the history of electric vehicles in the country, the first firm step that we took, that was the FAME 1 scheme that started in 2015 with a modest budget of 950 crores. That scheme simply said that start making electric vehicles in the country. You can assemble them, but make them in India. So scale of difficulty was at the elementary level. Bring electric vehicles, start assembling, start making. Then after the FAME 1 came to an end, the second scheme came. That was called FAME 2. The level of difficulty was level 2. That you have to make in India, but parts, the critical key components have to be domestically assembled. You can't import parts from the foreign countries and fit them into your vehicles. You have to start making those parts in India. So scale of difficulty was level 2. And I would say that the industry has met up that challenge. Electric vehicles, we spent around 11,500 crores in FAME 2. And number of EV makers in the country, I think more than 200 companies are making electric vehicles in the country and taking advantage of the FAME 2 kind of schemes. So we thrived, we prospered, change as electric vehicle was coming, number of manufacturers increased, and we became a strong industry. Then we had the PM E-Drive scheme, which has been recently launched. The level of difficulty in this scheme is level 3. Not just in terms of make in India, but in terms of incentives that we have to give have come down. So industry is now not only making it in India, cost effectiveness has come, prices have come down, and we are able to make quality vehicles and sell cheaper vehicles to the customers. Penetration is increasing at an incredible rate. When we framed PM E-Drive with the help of FICCI, Madam Motwani was one of our partners in that. The number of vehicles we had estimated, that number of 2 and 3 wheelers we will sell in a year. We have sold those vehicles in 7 months. The pace of electrification is amazing. So when I went to the Department of Expenditure asking for more money, the Secretary Expenditure was pretty annoyed that you can't even imagine how much you will sell in 1 year. In 6 months you come back to me for more money. So I told them that these are fast changing times. Nobody could have predicted, not even the industry. So electrification is on its way forward. FAME 1, FAME 2, PM E-Drive, they are making us strong anti-fragile companies. But the real challenge comes when we look at the PLI scheme, the production linked incentive scheme for automobiles and automotive components. So level of difficulty in that scheme is, say, level 5. So now from level 3 to level 5. Not only we have to make it in India, but we have to ensure that 50% of that vehicle has to be made in India. Now that is a difficult task. You can make some parts in India, some critical parts in India, but entire vehicle, 50% of that has to be made in India. That was a difficult task. And when I did join the ministry, it was a daunting task as to how do I know that this vehicle is 50% made in India. So I had the occasion of interacting with industry leaders, FICCI organizations, and just to explain how complex the task was, that if you look at an electric car, it has got 500 parts. And each part has got 10 subparts. And each subpart has got another 10 parts. So if I were to open an electric car before you, this hall will be short, will be smaller, much smaller than what is required. So each parts make in India component has to be assessed, then full cars make in India component has to be assessed. And I would really say that we made a difficult scheme. We put up a high bar to achieve 50% make in India standards, and industry has met that standard with great success. And I can say that the domestic value addition in our cars has been truly assessed, and we have reached that level where we wanted to reach. And what is the net outcome of all this? That have we become anti-fragile? What is the test for that? So government came up with a scheme for promotion of manufacture of electric cars in India. That India automobile industry is a protected industry. If you import a car in India, your duties have to be paid. The duties start at 70% and go up to 100%. Scheme for promotion of manufacture of electric cars in India allows big international players to import their cars in India at 15% duty. Sell them in India for 5 years. This was a big challenge for our domestic automakers. We expected a pushback. An industry for 70 years has been under a protected regime. Suddenly you open the gates saying that I am allowing import of foreign cars at such a low interest duty rates. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to tell you that the Indian automakers welcomed that scheme. They said that we have reached that level of perfection, that level of confidence. We can compete with the best car makers that are there in the world. And that is the true success of all the schemes that we had in the Ministry of Heavy Industries to promote Make in India. All this has happened under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, who has been the constant presence behind this automotive industry since 2015. So ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion, I would say that India is strong because its industry is strong. Our industrial giants, they bring strength to the country. Our industry is more powerful than our army, because today the world runs on economy. Economic powers are the powers that dictate terms to the world. Being a part of your fraternity for this gathering as Secretary of Heavy Industries, it has been an honor and privilege for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your inspiring words and for your thought-provoking insights on the topic of Make in India. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Amardeep Singh Bhatia, Secretary at the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, has been at the forefront of creating policies that ease the business environment, attract investments, and drive industrial development, all key pillars of Make in India. His vision is helping shape India as a preferred destination for global manufacturing, and I have the privilege in requesting you, sir, for the special address. So let's once again put our hands together to welcome Shri Bhatia ji.
My senior colleague, Shri Kamran Rizvi, Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises, Mr. Anand Goenka, Vice Chairman, RPG Group, Shri Manish Sharma, Chairman Panasonic, Mrs. Motwani, Founder and CEO Kinetic Green Energy, Mr. Alok, Senior Partner McKinsey, DG and other distinguished members of FICCI, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a pleasure to be here for this 79th annual general meeting and annual convention of FICCI. Unlike my senior colleague, I have been in this department for a very short time, only around 3 months, so I won't be able to give as much experiences about how schemes have been rolled out, and unlike what the presenter said, I don't think I have as yet steered so many policies in this department, but I have experience in the government, so I'll relate to that while delivering my address. So we completed 10 years of Make in India in September this year. During this 10-year journey, DPIIT as a department has been in the forefront with support from other departments in bringing around a lot of changes, and also taking off from what Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industry said, in facilitating all of you to become anti-fragile. There are a number of initiatives which were launched. In the first bucket would come those which were aimed at ease of doing business, and the journey, I remember, started way back in 2013-14, when this ease of doing business report of the World Bank used to be the reference framework for looking at what needs to be done. So I remember we walked through the entire journey of how to start a business, what are the things to be done at easing the journey while the company does its business on a day-to-day basis, and also exit of a company when, in case the company has to close. And there were a number of initiatives done. Tax reforms were brought in. Customs procedures were improved. We have introduced the national single window system at the national level. States have introduced single window systems. Since 2020, we have been undertaking a program called Business Reform Action Plan, BRAP we call it, along with the states, where they have identified almost 50,000 compliances, which we are 11 corridors notified as of now, where perspective plans have been prepared. We have, in these 11 corridors, central level 20 smart industrial townships which have been planned out, where work has started and is at some place or the other. But in addition to these 20 industrial townships, there are a lot of other industrial parks, sectoral parks, which have also been set up. As mentioned by Mr. Goenka in his address, in his opening remarks, we are also planning to have further industrial parks, facilitate further industrial parks, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, for which we have had consultations with the industry, and we are hopeful that those will also, the framework will be ready within this year and will help the industry in accessing, at least take care of the land requirements, land requirements at a reasonable cost, as well as modern facilities akin to plug-and-play facilities for industries to set up their units in a shorter time frame. We have also done a lot of work on the logistics side. All of you will be aware of the logistics policies, which the national logistic policy, the state logistic policy, the PM Gati Shakti framework, within which a better planning framework has been put in place. In addition to a better planning framework, multimodal transport is something which has been, logistics is something which has been emphasized. Dedicated freight corridors have come up. Highways have been strengthened. This is, again, it is hoped that this will help in facilitating and making you anti-fragile, in making you stronger, in making you more competitive by reducing your costs and time which takes for you to transport your products from your manufacturing units to the consumers, whether in India or abroad. We also have in the department been at the forefront along with the other departments, of course, in fine-tuning the FDI policy. The FDI policy which the government has in place as of now. Most of the sectors have been relaxed. Almost 90% of the FDI comes through the automatic route. It is not only for the investments, but this is to also address the technology needs. FDI doesn't come alone. It also comes along with technology, as well as linkages to global value chains and access to markets, therefore. So we are hopeful, and we encourage our businesses to take advantage of this relaxed FDI policies, to look at forming collaborations, to getting access to technology and markets. We also have a good Startup India program, as some of you would be aware. Some members, in fact, quite a lot of members should be aware. We are the next gen, the older next gen is mentoring the new next gen, where we have quite a robust system developed over the last decade or so, where we have a good system of incubators. We have 1.53 lakh registered startups which are there. We have a good funding scheme which has been put in place, where using the AIF framework, more than 10,000 crores have already been extended. 10,000 crore financing facility has been extended to more than 1,000 startups. Similar facilities also extended to incubators. We are also pushing for deep tech startups to be facilitated by looking at their long-term financing needs. We are also hopeful that the startups will be able to take advantage of the research fund, which the 1 lakh crore which has been announced in the budget. Having said that, I think there's a need for greater integration between the industry and the startups in terms of the pipeline of projects which can be outsourced to the startups. There's not everything which a company can do within. Some can be outsourced to startups. That's something I think we need to look at also. So, in addition, the department also facilitates the PLI scheme in the 14 sectors. And as Mr. Rizvi mentioned, there's a lot of good work which has been done in these 14 sectors. We had almost 1.46 lakh crore of investment which has come in into the country, and bringing in along with that critical technology and also creating employment at the same time. And some of the products, in fact, quite a good encouraging number of 4 lakh crore of exports have also taken place through the products which have been set up in the PLIs. These reforms and interventions have been possible because of suggestions and constructive partnership that the government has with industry chambers, with FICCI especially, and I'm sure going forward we'll continue to have a very good relationship. We'll continue to get more suggestions in order to fine-tune what is required to deepen whatever we are doing or bring in new interventions. At the moment, while coming in the morning, I was feeling when the car accelerates, one feels that yes, you are traveling. You get the feel of it. But when it travels at a normal pace, one doesn't feel much. So at this point of time, one has the feeling that there's an acceleration, there's an interest in India, there's an interest in investing in India, there's an interest in manufacturing in India, and there's a window which is available. We lost one window in the 80s and 90s, and this window is something we should not lose. This is a window where the world is taking note of us, where an opportunity is provided to us to manufacture in India, not only for India, but also become part of the global chains, global value chains, and export to the world. And the country also has provided a policy environment which is stable and is facilitative of providing all facilitation to the businesses. I urge the business leaders here today to take advantage of this window of opportunities. Of course, challenges will be there. Take up the challenges also. That's what businesses do. And not only within our business community, but also beyond our borders, forge partnerships and invest in not only our manufacturing capacities for producing products in India, for India, but also for the world, and also produce it with quality. Quality is also something which is very important, and I hope that also is addressed, world-class quality, so that the world accepts the products and we have our brands accepted across the world. I would like to once again congratulate FICCI, which is doing wonderful work on its 97th annual general meeting and annual convention. I hope that it will continue, and I'm very sure it will continue to be at the forefront of this Viksit Bharat agenda, especially in the manufacturing sector. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your address has truly added immense value and provided us with a clear direction for the way forward. I now hand over the session to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Alok Shirsagar, who will lead us through this insightful discussions on Make in India and the future of manufacturing in India. And before I hand over to you, sir, I would like to request you to kindly close the proceedings latest by 1:45 p.m. So you have approximately 25 minutes left for the... Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to spend some time with you just before lunch. My name is Alok Shirsagar on behalf of my firm McKinsey & Company. It's a privilege to have partnered with FICCI over the last couple of years, and particularly thank you, Anish, for the opportunity to have done so this year across all of the 4 priorities. The Make in India one that we've just heard from both Mr. Rizvi and Mr. Bhatia is obviously crucial for jobs and growth in our country. And what do we need to do to ensure that we remain able to not just drive growth, but also create jobs and enable our MSMEs and our supply chains to be successful. Given that we have about 20 minutes, I would suggest that I'm going to cut down some of the questions and then leave a couple of minutes for the secretaries to reflect with us before we conclude today. The first question, I'm just going to combine this across, is really the thought that says there's a lot of policies, a lot of schemes, but truth be told, private sector investment in manufacturing has not really kept pace. There's a lot of intent, a lot of conference discussions, but not that much action on the ground. And so I'd like to explore first and foremost, why is that the case? And why is it that we are not seeing the level of private sector investment into manufacturing? And in the spirit of being efficient with the questions, I'll combine both why are there not enough investment in manufacturing with why we have not fully jumped forward on R&D and commercialization in order to do that. And in this context, I'd request each of you to talk about what can companies do to drive more investments and where do you need support in order to do that. Maybe Anant, I'll kick off with you.
Thanks, Alok. The private sector investment, I think, is a little tricky. I think there's a lot of good work that's happened over the years in terms of implementation of GST, making life easier for businesses in terms of investing in infrastructure, bringing down logistics costs from 12-13% to lower numbers. But we still have a fair way to go. These are all very long-term initiatives that bear fruit over a period of time. The other element is also in terms of demand. I think entrepreneurs would leap on any opportunity that is there. Capacity utilizations have not yet reached a level which requires that level of step jump in terms of next level of investment. But with the progress that we are seeing, I'm fairly optimistic that this shift will happen. So I do believe that the main reason is that demand itself has not picked up to marry with private investments. I'd also say balance sheets at this time are very strong. So I'm very, very hopeful that this will happen. Some people say that there are decades where nothing happens and weeks where decades happen. So I think we are going through a slightly slower period, but I think there will be a time where acceleration will happen and private investment will happen. On the R&D and innovation piece, I would say that our investment in R&D is low. We are at about 1%, whereas developed world is at about 2-3% of GDP. Also, our share of private investment is much lower as a share. So we would be again half of what US private companies invest in as a percentage of GDP. So most of our R&D is coming in from public government investment in R&D. We have a long way to go there, and I'd say one analogy that comes to my mind is when I recently visited Silicon Valley, I spoke to a few people and said, what has made Silicon Valley so special? Why is there so much value creation, so much of tech, so much of R&D happening there? And largely what I understood was that it is the ecosystem which is very friendly. You have all the tech companies located in one place, a huge number of venture capitalists all in one line on Sand Hill Road in Palo Alto. The best universities in the world, Stanford University, UC Berkeley, all in one area. So the whole ecosystem of academia, venture capital or private equity, and corporates in one place, allowing this to happen. How can we recreate this in the form of our own clusters of excellence? This may have happened in the form of technology, but something on the chemical side or electric vehicle side and so on. So replicating this kind of partnership across industries would be one great way to accelerate R&D and investment.
In that context, Anand, what can companies do differently, in your view?
I think in India we are at a stage where many companies are still fighting for roti kapda makan. So at a Maslow hierarchy of need, we are still very much in a here and now shift look that we say, okay, iska ROI, what is the ROI on this investment? And in R&D, very often you don't see that ROI very visible. Sometimes you have a lot of failures before you see success. So I think entrepreneurs need to take some higher level of risk, some level of belief that yes, I will go ahead and do this investment, and over time it will pay off. So I think that is the one thing that really entrepreneurs can do, and tie up with academia more, even though the distances may be far and it's not a Palo Alto necessarily, but how do we help and work with government on the same?
Manish, maybe you want to comment on this question of investments, but can I also ask you to focus on the Japan, India and the global corridors?
Sure.
And what can be done to further accelerate those sorts of global partnerships?
So second thing first, Alok, I believe our understanding of corridors currently is such that it is essentially about the trade corridors. And, I was thinking through when you shot this question to me, we have to also reimagine corridors. What would they mean in terms of being corridors of the future? And one of the analogy is that while trade corridors will continue to enable better supply chain efficiencies, competitiveness of us becoming a manufacturing hub for the world for the future, but I think simultaneously we have to also look at supply chain corridors. And I believe this would be one of the points I would like to make here. Take for instance, Honorable Secretary spoke about how rapidly the ecosystem of electric mobility is expanding in the country. And I'll not be very specific here, but what I mean by supply chain corridors is that while for sure a lot of manufacturing, including of what will drive the backward integration, say of the batteries, will start to happen in the country for sure. The rising economies of scale will definitely let that happen, and government has been already providing large support. But then the supply chain de-risking, which will surely enable beyond the energy transition which is going to happen to energy security, will only happen when we take control of the supply chain, while the manufacturing will continue to happen in the country. So where the mining is happening, where the processing is happening, so those kind of things also should fall into our consideration when we imagine the corridors of the future when it comes to de-risking the supply chains. And I would echo what Anand mentioned on manufacturing. I represent electronics manufacturing. It might not be very capex intensive, and but consistently the investments have been happening, and look at the impact of what various PLIs in our sector have created. And in specific to air conditioners, I would say that we have already unlocked a huge opportunity. And if you look at the global indicators of economies which have moved from being emerging to say developed, we are just about 2 to 3 years away from that potential explosion of demand to happen in our country. And that will trigger the next phase of investment when it comes to manufacturing in the country. And finally on R&D, I believe if I simplify this, there are two set of people within the private sector looking at investing and utilizing the capabilities of our country. One is folks like us who represent the multinational corporations. Larger part of the core R&D continue to happen elsewhere. But for them, I'm very clearly witnessing the decade gone by in specific utilization of our capabilities into our country, that 3 things have started to happen. And if not the core R&D, but value engineering, localization of components, so investment of resources in driving localization of components, which parallelly drives backward integration to happen in our country. And third is customization of products, because essentially the global platforms come into our country, and then folks who are into research and development in the country help them customize for the better optimization of and better creation of cost efficiencies in the country. And within the local industry, the local players, I see that in the sunrise sectors, in the new age sectors, a lot of innovation and R&D has started to happen. While the contribution of that today might be small, but we are doing a catch up, and the time to come, you'll see the indicators rising up.
Sulaja, maybe you could take this specifically from the electric vehicle perspective, as Sri Rizvi also talked about, but both what can be done to further accelerate the full ecosystem, right, from battery to charging, to the vehicles, as well as what will it take to drive more domestic value add?
Good afternoon to all of you. First, let me begin by congratulating Dr. Anisha for a very successful year leading FICCI. I think FICCI has flourished under your leadership and made a great impact. And also wish my dear friends Harsh and Anant as they take over the mandate, and Jyoti and her capable team. I think the localization and Make in India for EVs has to be first taken in a great context of where we are at and why it's important to focus on Make in India for EVs. Today it may be a small component of the whole automotive supply chain, but I think going forward is going to gain a great strategic importance. As we all know, globally, the world is going electric. Most of the countries, leading countries, emerging countries have set global electrification targets, near-term targets, 30%, 40%, 50%, and even 100% electrification targets in the coming years. India, of course, has set its own targets too. So it's very clear that the world is going electric, and nobody's talking about if and why EV, but really when and how EV. And in this context, India today is the world's third largest automotive market. We are one of the largest consumers of automobiles. Even in India, I'm very confident that given that EVs are becoming cheaper, more convenient, more fun, more prevalent, we will be a large consumer of EVs. The important thing is that we must also be large maker of EVs, not just for India, but also for the global markets. And I think in that context, it's very important that as we go through this massive shift, India leads the curve and doesn't become only a consumer and importer, but an R&D and manufacturing hub for EVs in India and globally. So we are at a very important stage, I think, in this transformation or in disruption, and where we must look ahead and plan ahead, for this leadership position. It's already becoming a reality. I think we all know that currently, globally, there's already a stage where certain countries have gained more competitiveness. For example, China, led by BYD, is making electric cars which are much cheaper than cars made in countries like America and Europe. And there is a response of high tariffs that has come. But that cannot be a long-term game. It has to be through competitiveness. We have to win this, we have to win this battle. So in that context, I would like to say what can be done, answering your question. I think we are very much on the right path. We have made a great beginning. Government has been extremely supportive. We heard from Rizvi sir on the kind of schemes, whether it's PLI, whether it's FAME 1, FAME 2, PME Drive, and many other reforms that have come. Certainly we have to look at the future with as much conviction and aggression and plan ahead. So sir, I think that an anti-fragile action plan or not lose the window action plan for EVs can be as follows. I think first we still have to drive demand, because if we gain critical mass, then I think investments will follow. Industry and startups will feel that conviction to invest in this new sector. So I think getting to 30% EV overall, or 80% in three-wheelers, 70% in two-wheelers, we are seeing those numbers, and I think we have to drive demand underhandedly so that we have an ecosystem, we have critical mass, and we have a reason for people to keep investing in EVs. I think that's very important. I would like to also suggest that we look at a PLI 2.0. The PLI scheme of MHI has been successfully implemented, but it particularly caters to some very few large organizations. I think there is a large startup and small players who are also, could be tomorrow's heroes, sir, and maybe a graded PLI 2.0 where we encourage more inclusive growth to drive innovation, competition, and a focus on exports will also help to bring in more and more focus on Make in India across the board. Third, I think that perhaps we have to look at the tariffs and duty structures. In the last 3 years, it has been FAME 2, which has driven the push on localization. Because if you had to avail of the incentives, you had to localize. Otherwise, you were out of the scheme and you had a disadvantage compared to your competitors. But now, as incentives taper off, but we have not attained the scale which is giving us competitiveness, I think we are at a slightly fragile window where imports could suddenly become, something that could become a threat. So looking at tariffs and duty structures to ensure that we are pushing the Make in India envelope and having a long-term outlook, I think will really help to have that base covered, so that our industry and Make in India focus will help us to get scale. And last but not the least, R&D. I think the entire supply chain, whether it's battery cells, and the materials for the cells, we have to keep innovating, we have to keep supporting. We are very much looking forward to self-manufacturing in India starting under the PLI very shortly. But can we look at new chemistries like sodium ion or any non-lithium ion based chemistries where India could gain a natural advantage? I think could also really help us to become a global base. So I think a lot is to be done, but we are very much in the right direction, and we have great support from the government, and we thank them for the same and request the same to continue. So with that, I would like to end on an note of optimism that I think India is definitely going green, and that's great.
Thank you, Sulaja. That was both comprehensive and optimistic. I'd like maybe just two short perspectives, Anant and Manish, from you just before we request the secretary. So maybe first with Manish, the Minister, Piyush Goyal ji, talked at length about getting a lot of input on how to harmonize and simplify policies. You've done great work on HSN codes. I think it's an important learning for the rest of the group. So if you could maybe spend 30 seconds on HSN codes and the implications, and where else can you take that type of drive to simplify and harmonize?
It's logical to imagine that in decades such situation would happen, but this was my first encounter. I continued to hear of the term called big data, but this was my first encounter with big data. We analyzed almost 50-60 million line items of last few years of imports coming into the country for assembled PCB boards. And this simple solution is that we have to rationalize the number of HSN codes which are bringing in these. So we are not saying that we'll restrict the imports. We are saying that just rationalize so that we know what is that which is coming in. And applications are limited, and we can define those few HSN codes based on the applications on which these imports are happening. And this will help us unlock the first logical step in ensuring that of a multi-billion consumption of laminates, of PCB boards, and today, how would we come to know that which are the components wherein we are looking at localizing? Because we are not aggregating and understanding that which are those which are already mounted on billions of PCBs which are coming assembled from elsewhere. So I think this in short is of the effort which the team across FICCI, I mean, I really compliment the effort and the support which of course came in from McKinsey team also to simplify this very complex thing.
Thank you, Manish. Anant, industrial parks, industrial smart cities, obviously a huge initiative as well. How do you think companies should take full advantage of that, including taking that longer-term perspective on R&D you talked about?
Right. I think industrial parks can be a game changer for the country. More often than not, they're set up in rural parts, which has a huge uplifting effect in the area that they're getting set up on. I think what we can certainly do better is learn from the learnings from the SEZs that we set up. When we set these up, they were more export focused. So here we can look at domestic as well as export focus for domestic industry to enter. How can we look at a more holistic way of approaching industrial parks, from connectivity to setting up infrastructure, testing capabilities and laboratories that can be shared by small enterprise who may not be able to afford it on their own, use of smart capabilities in the form of digital infrastructure for monitoring, measuring, security, use of sustainability in the form of waste management, renewable energy. So really looking at the entire piece in a holistic manner. And once again, I'd say looking at a cluster approach in industrial parks, I'd say that if you look at the Shandong province in China, you will have nearly 100 plus tire companies in that one area. You will have the entire value chain in an area which makes the entire cost and ease of doing business far higher. So can we have certain industrial parks for specific areas which are suitable for that industry? Where then once again there's a lot more interface, R&D, ability to speak to each other and bring down logistic cost as well. So these are just some thoughts that we can do in terms of making industrial parks a bigger success.
No, thank you, Anant. I think, as you heard, this was very much the focus of the FICCI Manufacturing Committee over the last year, right? In terms of manufacturing competitiveness, the MSMEs, developing the EV and domestic value-add ecosystem, as well as adopting new capabilities on R&D and 4.0. Secretaries Rizvi and Bhatia, if you don't mind, any 30-second reflections before we close the session just on the discussion that we had? Maybe Sri Bhatia first and then Sri Rizvi to conclude.
So just a short one on investments. So there was a point made that maybe there's not sufficient domestic demand that the companies are seeing at the moment. But I'm a little surprised because the companies who come from abroad to have investment here, they are seeing demand. Now they are willing to invest here, but our companies are not, maybe they are not looking at it in the long term, maybe they're looking at it short term. So I think that's something which needs to be reflected by the industry. And maybe they are also looking at not only the domestic demand, but also looking at making India as a base for the global market also. So that's what I had also referred to, and that's what everyone is saying, that this window which provides, which is given to you, I think domestic investment is also very important. And Invest India, which we have facilitating investments coming from outside, is also there for domestic investments. And the second related point is maybe the bigger companies are not willing to set up joint ventures, but the SMEs in most of the countries, most of the SMEs, the research also shows, and the various anecdotal anecdotes one hears or interactions, SMEs will come with joint ventures, whether it is a German SME or a Japanese SME. So a mechanism where you can reach out, where the industry can reach out and have JVs, get technology. Most of the technologies are with the SMEs in Germany and Japan. So it's very important that this is facilitated by the chambers. The government is of course there. Thank you.
Thank you. In the Indian Administrative Service, like 90% of our time is spent in rural development. Only 10% of time do we happen to be in departments that are industry facing. And I come from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where we, as district magistrates, chief development officers, secretaries of social ministries, development ministries, we often go to villages. And if I understand anything really well, I would say that I understand rural India. So what have I seen over there in the last 30 years that makes me optimistic? 30 years ago, when I went to the villages, people used to assemble. When a senior officer comes, they would have a dialogue. And most of the time, there would be some request that government must do X, government must do Y, must build houses, must give this, must give that. Today, last year I went to a aspirational district. That is a district which is considered really backward in UP. And I went to a small village over there and I met the people. So what I saw was that requests to government were minimal. People were talking about their dreams, people were having entrepreneurial ideas. I will do this, I will make this, I will trade in this, I will do that. So social media has brought the world to the doorstep of small people. Whatever we educated people are able to see on our YouTube, WhatsApp, whatever it is, small villages, people who are not so privileged, they are also able to access the same information. And I see a great amount of entrepreneurial abilities that are unleashed by social media. And today when we see that growth of startups, that there are hundreds, I don't know, thousands of startups in the country. People who had no experience in doing business, they are doing fantastic businesses. People who, I mean, India is really proud of its startups. Some of our startups have really created a global name for ourselves. So this startup which is coming, it is only going to grow bigger and bigger with time, and it will only accelerate. So industrial expansion, expansion of ideas, these are inevitable. This will happen, there is no doubt about it. Now only question is that there are entrenched people already. Industries which are there for 100 years, 150 years, they are going to face real challenge from the startups. Because startups don't have money, they have only ideas. And ideas whose time has come, they can shake the world. Electric vehicle is one such idea which is shaking the world of electronics, the world of artificial intelligence, the world of longevity, health drugs. All these are ideas which are inevitably here. Small people who with no backgrounds are doing fantastic work. So how do we, cope with it? Or how do we channelize it? One of it is that we have to really understand that which products have changed the globe in the last, say, 100 years. If we look at electric mobility, the invention of the lithium-ion cell, it happened in the year 1990. It was not celebrated. It was kept as another idea whose time had not come. No one understood it. In 2018, the inventors were given the Nobel Prize. Similar ideas are there in electronics. Transistor was not invented with any idea in mind. Shockley and his team were doing some research in some Westinghouse laboratory. They invented a device which was different from the vacuum tubes of that time. So we have to really understand that basic sciences, the maths, physics, chemistry, these have to be incentivized. And industries have play an important role. We must try to not just hire engineers, not just hire managers, but we must hire talented people from the basic sciences. That will be something which will really transform the way we do business. And second is that we have to take advantage of government schemes which propel research. In my own ministry, I meet a lot of industrialists, people who are investing their time and money into making new things. We have a scheme of 1,000 crores which promotes research in a way that if you come up with an idea, you want an IIT, an IIM, or Indian Institute of Science, ISER, wherever you think where innovative work is happening, you want to generate a new business idea. It's going to cost you quite a lot of sum of money. You want government support for that idea. Ministry of Heavy Industries gives 80% of that money to Indian Institute of Science, IIT, IIM, wherever you want it. 20% has to be contributed by the industry. That idea which is generated becomes the proprietary idea of the company which has given 20% money. For 3 years you can use it. But there are not many takers for that scheme. We have so much debate on FAME, PLI, so many other things. But innovative research, we are not able to probably understand that its importance. Similarly, the Government of India has announced a 1 lakh crore research and innovation scheme. So, research and innovation are the only way India will become a superpower. If we try to improve a product made by China, if we try to improve a product made by USA, the person who invented it is already ahead of us by 10 years. By the time we make the same product, he has gone 10 years more further ahead. So we have to take advantage of research, and we have to understand that India is an aspirational society. People are wanting to change the world. So research, basic sciences, and entrepreneurship, that is going to ensure that our investments, our industrial growth remains on track.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for a very enlightening and insightful panel and special addresses. It just leaves me to maybe just thank everyone, and then we can move forward from here.
Very much indeed, sir. Thank you to all our eminent panelists for engaging an insightful discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. The next session will commence at 2:30. We request you all to kindly be seated back. We would like to inform you that lunch is being served outside this auditorium at the pre-function area, or alternatively, you are most welcome to take the escalator one level below and join us at the pre-function area for the lunch. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is being served at two venues. One is at the pre-function area right outside this auditorium on the right-hand side, and secondly, on one level down at the pre-function area at one level below this level. Please enjoy your lunch and kindly be seated back by 2:30 p.m. for the next session. Thank you.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया
for an important session covering one of the key priorities of our country, that is women-led growth. And we would now like to welcome on stage our distinguished dignitaries participating in this session. May I invite Ms. Kavita Dutt Chituri, Past President, FICCI Flow, and Joint Managing Director, the KCP Limited. Let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Kavita Dutt Chituri onto the stage. I invite Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI, and Mr. Alok Sagar, Senior Partner McKinsey & Company, to kindly grace the stage. And may I also invite our distinguished moderator for this session, Ms. Asha Kharga, Chair FICCI Women Empowerment Committee and Executive Vice President, Chief Customer and Brand Officer, Mahindra Group. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our dignitaries, these wonderful women. And we have on the stage, may I also invite Mr. Alok Sagar, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company. And of course, we welcome Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI. So ladies and gentlemen, with such a remarkable panel, we are all set for an engaging discussion. And I would now hand over to our session moderator, Ms. Asha Kharga, to kindly lead the conversation on women-led growth. And as I hand over to you, ma'am, I would like to remind you, we have only 30 minutes approximately for this discussion. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Absolutely delighted and honored to be chairing this session. I'd like to start by first thanking the folks who are sitting next to me who represent 3 critical organizations who've been a part of this journey. The first is McKinsey, which has been a great knowledge partner with respect to findings related to getting women into the workplace. I'll double-click a bit into what they have done in the last 1 year. The second is the FICCI team led by Jyoti, Uma, and her extended team, who have been through this journey over the last 1 year, intensely working on putting this entire agenda together. And of course, the guidance and advice of FICCI Flow, which has practically been like the seminal organization from which the empowerment agenda has actually come forward. So may we have a round of applause for all the 3 organizations and my 3 guests who are with me, on this panel and will share more about it. But before that, could we have the first slide, please? As the President mentioned in the morning, we actually had 4 initiatives that we outlined for the FICCI team this year. And we've already know Make in India, Agriculture Sustainability, and we are the Women-Led Growth Panel. And we thought instead of just making this a conversation, let's quickly jump into the actions that we took during the year. Could we have the next slide, please? The first key action which the McKinsey team led as a knowledge partner was a survey on women in the workplace. And 120 organizations participated in this survey. We now have data with respect to hiring, retention, and advancement of women. Why do women attrite? Why do they leave the workplace? This data is available across different sectors, across different levels. And in that sense, it's a very rich repository of information which organizations who have participated can get their hands on and take actions within the organization. We'll talk a little bit about what the survey findings were for you all to also get a sense of that research. The second is we recognized for the first time, because it's really been a 1-year journey for the women-led group, And we've recognized companies who actually came forward to practice, to share the best practices around the FICCI Women Empowerment Agenda. We received close to 50 entries. And I must say that apart from large and mid-sized corporates, it was heartening to see a lot of smaller corporates participate, and many of them actually won as a part of the awards. The third is the care economy. Many conversations have happened around that. And what we did this year was to really compare best practices with developed nations to see how does India fare on care economy, what are the policies that need to come into play, and what can India do more of. And the basic understanding was that we need a very standardized process for evaluating daycare centers and caregivers. And that's something that we will talk about in our conversation too. The last one, where we have a very definite objective, which is about skilling. We have said that in the next 3 years, we will skill 40 lakh women. This will be broken into 2 pillars. The first pillar is 14 skilling champions have come on board to actually participate in this. Many companies, when I say skilling champions, there are 14 already, another 20 expected. And with these skilling champions, we should actually reach 20 lakh jobs in the next 3 to 5 years. The Mahindra Group by itself has actually skilled close to 8 lakh women. And we have a commitment that by 2027, we will skill 10 lakh women every year from 2027 onwards. So with this combination, we should reach our objective of 40 lakh women to be skilled, and therefore our agenda for the next year is to be scaling this up, getting more skilling champions on board, partnering together and taking this agenda forward. So with that, I now move to my panel who's with me, who have made the time to have this conversation. Alok, my first question is to you. Regarding the survey, we spoke about women in the workplace, and what are the top 3 insights from the survey, Alok, that you would like to share with the audience?
Thank you, Asha, for the the opportunity to partner with you as well as FICCI on this very important initiative of women-led development and women-led growth. I think the survey that we've had a chance as McKinsey to run globally over the last 10 years, this time we're now doing it in partnership with the Gates Foundation across several countries, included the 120 companies and several other data points in India, both survey in terms of quantitative as well as interviews. Maybe 3 or 4 important points that came from it. Number one, actually women are getting very good education. So the number of women going into engineering colleges, into computer science colleges, that's actually gone up a lot. And actually at the point of entry in many organizations, it's actually reasonable parity, right? The biggest single challenge we have is in the drop-off between entry level and the first managerial job. So that is the biggest single drop-off. Ironically, it is not what is often thought about, which is we don't have enough women in senior roles. Again, counterintuitively, the data across sectors, across companies will show you that actually those women who are able to get through the first broken rung of the ladder are actually able to be reasonably well represented, particularly at the levels 1 and 2 of a company. So what you're seeing is a lot more awareness from boards and CEOs to ensure there's good representation of women in the first 2 rungs. However, the biggest single problem we need to solve for is the first rung, which is broken. So how do we encourage more women to become first-time managers? To give you the data, men are 2.4 times more likely to be promoted to the first managerial job. And a lot of this is to do with attitudes at the workplace. It is to do with support at the workplace, the right mentorship, but very sharply focus on that first level manager. Think about the floor supervisor, think about the area manager in a sales organization, so on and so forth. That's number one. Number two, there is no correlation between having a gender policy and your success on women. Okay, every large company, thanks to all the push over the last few years, have plenty of policies. You could probably fill the whole room with policies that have been written. Unfortunately, there is no correlation between policies and the rate of promotion or success. When you look deeper into why that is the case, the truth is, except for about 40 to 50% of CEOs who say that this is one of their priorities, there are no other accountability mechanisms. Right? There are no other accountability mechanisms. So if it so happens that the CEO is looking to build an equitable workplace, they will talk about it a lot, but the truth is they can't act until their levels that are reporting to them and 2 levels below that. And the drop-off there is remarkable. Only 10 to 15% of people within the senior manager ranks have any accountability towards achieving gender equity targets. So policies have no impact, and the root cause is the senior leaders beyond the CEO have no real accountability to be able to drive this, particularly that first rung. And I'll end on a more optimistic note in terms of things that are being done. And we discussed this yesterday also at the FICCI Women's Conference as well, which is we are now seeing a lot of hope in ways in which women can indeed power through. Number one, the skill sets of new industries. In the earlier session, we talked about electric vehicles. If you look at robotics in manufacturing, there are a number of jobs now where skill matters more than gender, right? And we are now seeing a lot of focus on making sure that for the relevant skills, in many cases, women are equally, if not more qualified to be able to drive this. So that's one action, which is focused on skill, not just on gender. And the second action we're seeing, and Anant, you talked about this yesterday in the context of your own manufacturing plants, is that you're seeing a lot more enlightened support for women in the workplace, whether it's in terms of providing help for children and creches, whether it's the ability to have safe workplaces, the ability to provide drop-off services, and therefore you're now seeing increasingly, even in assembly lines, 60, 70% women as well. So in short, Asha, I would say the survey says our biggest single problem is the first rung. If we can focus very deeply on how do we get women to be the first level manager, then actually there's a lot of things to follow. But we need to ensure that this is not just words on policy papers, but accountability within the organization. And there's actually a lot of hope with new technology and new capabilities that are supporting what women can do.
Very well said, Alok. I think summarized excellently. And I'll just take the conversation forward with Kavita basis your last response, which is to do with manufacturing. And Kavita, I was quite impressed by the fact that your group actually has its play in multiple industries. And I was wondering what's the contrast between manufacturing and hospitality, both of which you are into. And I'm assuming that hospitality attracts more women. And what do you see are the challenges from a manufacturing point of view? And are there any learnings that could be borrowed? And what could be done to further this agenda?
Thank you, Asha. Thank you, Alok, for that survey update. That was very interesting. Asha, in the manufacturing, we are into heavy engineering. And in this segment, it is almost virtually impossible to get women to come out onto the shop floors. One, because I think it's all manual, and each job is different. It's a lot of hand-holding that is required. But in spite of it, we don't see them coming out. They prefer to do behind the job, 9 to 5 jobs. But in the hospitality sector, it's just amazing. It's just a total turnaround. I mean, I think we have more than 60% of our workforce in the hospitality sector is just women. And it's very refreshing. And I think we understand hospitality. We understand We, as women, I think, understand how to greet, meet, make people feel warm. It comes very naturally to us. So I think it's just natural. But we're hoping to see a shift in the manufacturing segment. It is very challenging. We do a lot of mentorship, a lot of hand-holding, but they just prefer to, stick to behind-the-desk jobs. Thank you.
I guess I understand the challenge when you mention heavy engineering, and with manufacturing getting more sophisticated, especially when I look at automotive, the kind of software that's there in vehicles these days and the kind of software engineers that could potentially attract women, in response to Alok's point where you're talking about skill and not gender. So I guess when manufacturing evolves to be more sophisticated, possibly we'll be able to attract highly skilled women.
Possibly, yes.
Okay, great. So the care economy, which is what, Kavita, you have spoken about quite extensively. What do you think are the challenges with respect to the care economy, and what should be done to tackle those challenges? Yes.
I think a lot has been spoken on care economy. There are a lot of papers, a lot of discussions. I think now we're at a stage where we need to see how to make this sustainable, implementable, how to roll out benefits, how to make it a formal sector. I think, moving forward, we've even recently at the BRICS Summit, we had a white paper that came out on care economy. It's a growing segment, and unless we kind of start putting our efforts and are serious about how to take this forward, I think enough discussions have happened, and I think it needs a lot of attention, it needs a lot of government intervention, it needs a lot of public-private partnership, it needs a lot of benefits. I think we need to formalize it.
Jyoti, what are your views?
So I think Kavita put it very succinctly that there has been a lot of conversation, but I think just to talk about the numbers, care economy in itself is a huge opportunity. It can add to the economic growth, it can add to the employment, and it can free the women from the care work to get into the, to kind of get employed. So all of that adds up to significant gains to the economy. So there is immense amount of economic sense to do it. Now the question is how to do it. I think it also starts a lot from the culture that men have to contribute equally to the care work, and every study shows that it is women who are significantly contributing, in some cases 4 to 6 hours in doing, the care work, which starts from, say, the childhood to the old age people at home. So all of that, and this also requires some kind of flexibility at the workplace. So the employer has to care about the care needs that have to be provided at home. So some of that flexibility also helps. We've also in our work last year have talked about the quality ecosystem that is required, because Asha, you and I have talked about how, if I don't have trust in the person's delivery in the care work, how am I going to leave my dear ones with them, whether it's a child or the, the old parents there. So I think that quality ecosystem is very critical, where I think Kavita ji, you talked about the public-private partnerships. So there is a quality ecosystem which government needs to provide. There are incentives that need to be provided. And this is not something which is only for India that we are seeing this issue. We've been part of G20 Empowered. You talked about, the Women BRICS Alliance as well. This resonates across nations. So some of them have done a few things of providing tax incentives, tax breaks, etc. We've had some conversation with the government to provide, some deduction. It's a complicated matter because there could be moral hazard of misusing this. So which benefits more? is what I think the government also needs to kind of look at. Corporates need to look at providing that ecosystem and really understand the problem from the root. Because it's not that you provide the creche and that's the solution of all the problems. Because is the woman willing to carry in, say, Mumbai, from one end to the other end of Mumbai, the child in your locals to get to the creche? So am I going to do something close to my house and the quality kicks in? So it's a complex matter. I think a lot of work is being done even at the government level. Private sector has to contribute, but this has to be cracked because this, as I said, makes immense economic sense of having a very robust care economy, coming up in the country, as well as have the women participate in the economy, which in itself, is very significant to give a, boost to the GDP.
So just linking your question on policy, Jyoti, which corporates could follow from a care point of view, Alok, it'll be helpful to just get a little bit of texture on the policies per se, because I think there was a learning around mentorship, which was actually we know about it, but I think for it to get called out in that way was quite unique. So do you want to just talk a bit about that aspect?
Yeah, Asha, I think it's a very important issue. It's not really policies, but really execution of the policies, right? Because again, if you look at all the companies we surveyed, they all have mentorship programs, they all have, support for home. But I think again, if you look at the companies where people did in fact progress through those first level entries, it became because mid-level managers, think about if you're trying to get to a floor supervisor, the factory managers, they personally took an interest in mentoring and supporting the women through their first 2 leadership promotions, right? And the ability in that company to celebrate that type of active mentorship. So one of the things we've learned is the distinction between mentorship and sponsorship, right? So mentoring is what we do to help everyone. Sponsorship is when you take ownership of that person's success. And the survey showed that when at many levels of management, this is not a CEO issue alone, it is really at the heart of the organization, the more people said, I'm actually going to take ownership of ensuring these 4 or 5 talented women move up through the promotion ranks, overcome any unconscious bias that might be there in the evaluation systems, those were the people who were able to move it forward. In addition to that, you had to have other policies, of course, to enable a lot of the care and support, whether to have flexible working, to be able to take time off in between to look after children or older parents, other things like that. But the ability fundamentally to drive sponsorship, not mentorship, in the first 2 levels of someone's promotion will make the biggest difference. And that's what we found in practice as well.
That's excellent. I cannot emphasize the role of mentorship enough. And what was also unique, Alok, which I picked up from the survey, was that it doesn't matter whether your mentor or your sponsor is male or female. I actually thought maybe you need more men to push women, but women actually said that even a woman sponsor or a woman mentor is good enough as long as she's able to drive that change. So I found that quite insightful. And Kavita, just linked to that, in your personal journey as a leader, what do you think about mentorship or sponsorship when it comes to women?
I think what you stated earlier was absolutely bang on. I think women need to mentor and nurture women. I think they feel comfortable, they understand each other, and I think FICCI Flow plays a huge role in this. My personal journey has been, I think, being the only child and only girl child. I think we were raised, or I was raised to be both. So it's been very encouraging, and I think it starts from home. We need to teach our boys to respect women, and I think women to also rise up to any any challenge that is thrown. And I think this starts from family at home. So I've been fortunate.
Yeah, one cannot emphasize the role of family in this aspect. And while you speak about women, there was also a discussion yesterday about how organizations feel with respect to creches having male caregivers when it comes to children. So what we picked up is that organizations have said a strict no to male caregivers when it comes to young kids. And therefore, even from that point of view, that, the belief or the persistent stereotype that only women can be good caregivers is also something that needs to be examined from a social context. So that was also another learning which I wanted to share with you as a part of what we gleaned yesterday. But coming back to care and Jyoti, any further thoughts in terms of what we could do further in terms of pushing the agenda?
So I was just we've had some discussions with the government as well. And there's lots happening in the rural areas at the moment. I think government is really focusing on that side a lot more. The problem is far more accentuated in the urban areas, because of the distances, etc., and the lack of quality care. Now, as I said in the beginning as well, I think it is, and like you said, the execution of the policies is very important. It's the employer who needs to understand that a woman may have to, give some additional time. So therefore, the flexibility hours, but it has to be done in the right way and the right manner. We need to identify the right set of problems and the right set of policies to deal with that. Plus, some kind of quality, we talked about standards in the morning in production and stuff, but I think it's very important to have standards in the care, which is what we lack, whether it is a daycare center or an old care center, etc. What we don't have is the standards really today. That market has not been very well understood, and I think government needs to invest a lot more energy to help private sector come up with quality care ecosystem, and whether it is through the tax impetus or other kind of monetary incentives that could be given, but that is what needs to be done at a much larger scale than what is happening today. If there is we've seen women with kids up to an age where they need to go and pick them up. The creches close at a certain hour, so they have to run from one end of the city to the other to do that, and in that case the employer has to understand, or we need to bring care, we need to probably incentivize them to have a little longer hours. How do we do that? I think so we have to understand the issues being faced in the care system and then address those with the right kind of policies. While there are a lot of papers, etc., but I don't think anything has been aggregated and translated into the policy. So we need to have a very comprehensive care ecosystem policy if we want to crack this whole issue.
Yeah, of course, sure. Yeah.
I think also what we need to look at is, institutionalizing some of this. You need to have some kind of certification for these caregivers. So there is a little bit of confidence in people to say, yes, they are certified, they're qualified, they're well trained. I think that is very important.
Okay, thanks for the insights on care. If I have to just summarize the 2 points that you made, is that there are angles on taxation that need to be considered. There are angles on safety that need to be considered. There has to be a verification check for the kind of caregivers we leave with our children and our elders. And therefore, a lot more has to be done on the ecosystem for this to really get scaled up. And that's really been something that we've been deliberating upon in the last year. I'd like to just move to the last section and just share with you what we have done on skilling. As I mentioned, 14 skilling champions have come on board. In the first year itself, 3 lakh women have been skilled. The Mahindra Group has actually skilled 8 lakh women this year, but as I mentioned, we are launching this initiative which is basically very simply called Kabil. Kabil is about getting women to be job ready, and the reason why it has been called this is because there exists a distance between being educated and being employed. We have met many women over the last 1 or 2 years and spoken to them as to what really comes in the way of getting an entry into an organization and becoming a manager, what can give them the belief that they can actually go through this journey. So typically many of us have thought that if an education is provided, they should be able to get in. But a lot of these young girls, especially come from modest backgrounds, the ability to speak in English, the ability to write a resume, the ability to be well groomed, they are shaking before interviews. In fact, our mentors and counselors actually accompany them for these interviews. And what we have said is that we need to find a way to bring this physical model alive on digital too. So the reason why we said we can scale up is if this model goes digital, which is basically domain skilling plus soft skilling and connecting them to jobs is equally important. There are a lot of skilling websites that are available, but they don't provide jobs. There are job websites that are available, but they don't provide skills. And Kabil is actually a marriage between skills and jobs. With that, may I request for the audio video to be played, please.
There exists a distance between knowing how to do something and doing it, between understanding how a machine operates and operating it, between knowing the language and holding a conversation, between passing an exam and managing a team, a distance between theory and practice, which needs to be bridged. Presenting Kabil, Mahindra's flagship women empowerment program created with one single purpose: to close the distance between being educated and being job ready. Because in doing so, we also close the distance between her dreams and the weight of her family's expectations, between what she wants to do and what society says she should, between crippling self-doubt and discovering her self-belief. And in closing this distance, we open the door to a life she can truly call her own. Kabil follows a 3-step approach to make women job ready. We start with an assessment to uncover her true potential and aptitude. We equip her with essential domain knowledge and soft skills to help her shine. Finally, we connect her with the right employers, ensuring the perfect match for both. And with the Kabil app, these 3 steps are now accessible online, allowing us to reach and empower even more women as we stand by them every step of the way. Today, with the help of our partners, we at Mahindra have skilled over 800,000 women, and our aim is to empower 1 million women each year from 2027. As we continue on this mission, we seek your support in closing the distance. Here's how you can help. Let's come together to bridge every distance for a truly inclusive, a truly equal, and a truly Kabil India.
You can support Kabil in 3 ways. One is by actually sharing industry-relevant training material. Most of the material today in institutes may be dated, And we have industry relevant material. So depending upon the sector that you are in, if relevant training material can be shared on the site, it would be a great way to partner. The second is to actually share jobs. And the third is, of course, to share funds to be able to train more women on ground. These actually go to our foundation partners who are actually partnering with 2,000 institutes in 437 districts in 19 states. So I welcome you to be a part of the Kabil journey and support the larger agenda of skilling. Our ambition is 40 lakh women in 3 to 5 years, but it would be great if we can actually double that and go to around 100 lakhs in year 3. Thank you very much, and thank you panelists for a lovely conversation.
Thank you very much indeed for such a remarkable panel and discussions. We thank all the panelists. And let's once again put our hands together for our distinguished panel of this session. What a wonderful discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Manav Majumdar, Senior Advisor FICCI, to kindly conduct the official business of AGM.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important items of the annual general meeting of FICCI is taking up the official business of the AGM. The item number 1 of the agenda is adoption of annual report and statement of accounts and classified list of resolutions from our member bodies. The annual report and statement of accounts for the financial year 23-24 have already been circulated to the members. I seek your kind approval to pass the following resolution. The annual general meeting hereby adopts the annual report and statement of accounts of the Federation for the financial year 2023-2024, proposed by Mr. Sanghi and seconded by Mr. Tarachand Dugarji. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Classified list of resolutions received from member bodies. Classified list of resolutions received from the member bodies have been circulated along with the annual report to all members. I seek your kind approval to pass the following resolution. The annual general meeting hereby adopts the classified list of resolutions received from our member bodies, proposed by Sri Rohit Relanji. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And seconded by Mr. J. Krasta. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next item is appointment of statutory auditors and remuneration for the financial year 2024-25. I seek your kind approval to pass the following resolution. Resolve that Mrs. Walker Chandiok Company LLP Chartered Accountants, New Delhi, be and is hereby appointed as the statutory auditors of the company to hold office from the conclusion of 97th annual general meeting till the conclusion of the 102nd annual general meeting. It is
Mr. Altaf. Inviting Mr. Subrato Geet, President, South Asia, Corteva Agri-Science. Warm welcome to you, sir. Also inviting Mr. Sanjeev Kanwar, Managing Director, Yara, South Asia. A very warm welcome. And I have the privilege in inviting our distinguished moderator for the session, Ms. Nitika Nathani, Partner, McKinsey & Company. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session focuses on one of the most critical pillars of India's growth, that is farm prosperity. Agriculture remains the backbone of our nation, and fostering farm prosperity is essential not only for ensuring food security, but also for empowering rural economies and promoting sustainable development. And before I hand over to our session chair, and we begin the proceedings of this session, may I request Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI, to kindly come up on the stage to do the honors and welcome our special guest, Ms. Anita Praveen, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, with a green certificate and a memento. FICCI's tradition in giving the green certificate is a pledge to plant trees in the name of the honorable guest for ecotourism at Somgo, Sikkim, India. And ladies and gentlemen, this special memento is an exclusive handcrafted artwork from Muradabad, also known as the Brass City or the Pital Nagri in Uttar Pradesh. And this memento is presented in recognition of its metalwork industry, which is contributing to the region's economic growth and employment opportunities to numerous skilled craftsmen. And to set the context for this important discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Hemant Sikka, co-chair of the FICCI Committee on Agriculture and President of the Farm Equipment Sector at Mahindra & Mahindra Limited.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute privilege and honor to welcome here all of you on this pivotal session on farm prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today with a shared commitment to enhancing the prosperity of India's agriculture sector. And we are making sure that through this, we are driving impactful changes that align with our collective vision of fostering a developed India by 2047. As we all know, agriculture is the backbone of India's economy, and it employs almost 45% of our workforce, and it serves as the foundation of rural development and food security. As we gather here today to discuss, it is vital to acknowledge that achieving a Viksit Bharat, which is actually a truly developed India, depends on ensuring the prosperity of our farmers and transforming Indian agriculture into a global powerhouse. As part of the Agri Committee of FICCI, over this last 1 year, we have taken several initiatives, and these are all driven by collaboration and innovation, and we have set a strong foundation for this transformation. Our ambition goal, as you can see from this slide, is to include doubling of agriculture exports from 4 lakh crore to 8 lakh crore, and this growth will be fueled by advancements in mechanization, digitization, and productivity-enhancing practices. These efforts aim at building capabilities, optimize the use of agri inputs, secure better and more profitable market access for our farmers, and through all of this, by following sustainable practices. So for this, we have identified these 4 initiatives, which is leverage digital and AI solutions across farming to enable market access for our farmers, extremely critical part of the full initiative. Increase farm productivity through optimal use of ag inputs and upskilling. Increase share of food processing and enhance market linkages. And last but not the least, drive sustainable agri practices to address water issues and build climate resilience. Under all these 4 initiatives, we have taken several initiatives, and I'll just cite few of them here. Platforms like the Krish e-app, and we will discuss more about this, have onboarded 16,000 farmers, and these are launched at 80+ marketplaces. over the next 3 years, our plan is to actually scale it up to 1,200 plus marketplaces and engaging with 800,000 farmers so that we are able to drive 80% farm mechanization in these targeted identified markets. Number 2 is through targeted training programs, over 200 candidates have been equipped to operate and maintain micro irrigation facilities and equipment. Again, going ahead, our plan is to take it up to 25,000 entrepreneurs to be trained with a very strong focus on women. And we are trying to partner with Uttar Pradesh State Rural Livelihood Mission and many such missions across the states. Number 3 is policy inputs for the horticulture cluster scheme. And these have been submitted to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And it collaborates with 15 plus industry partners. And we are driving this initiative forward. The goal again here is to take it up to 50 plus horticulture clusters so that we are able to touch about 1 million farmers through this initiative. To tackle water stress, which is a key part of the stress that we see in agriculture. It's famously said that the next war will be on water. So tackle water stress is a very, very critical part. And this, we have identified 7 transformative projects, which are comprising with 20 plus interventions. And these again will touch almost 800,000 farmers. And over the next 3 years, our goal will include increasing water efficiency from 38%, it's very low currently, to more than 50%, and promoting climate resilient seeds and improving health of our soil. So ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with today's session, we have an unparalleled opportunity to discuss all these strategic goals and the issues and the challenges that we face as part of growing the agri-economy. And I'm sure a lot of insights will come out of this discussion. So with this, I hand over the session to Ms. Nikita Nathani, partner at McKinsey, to take the discussion forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. But before we go ahead with the panel discussion session, we would like to invite our special guest, Ms. Anita Praveen, Secretary Ministry of Food Processing Industries, for the special address. Ms. Praveen has played a pivotal role in driving the policy frameworks that connect farmers to the markets, boost value addition, and create new opportunities in the food processing sector. So let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Anita Praveen for the special address.
Thank you so much. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be asked to be part of the FICCI's 97th Annual General Meeting-related session today. And the session's topic, which is farm prosperity, is actually a topic of great interest and a sort of passion for me. I have been in the food processing sector now for close to 3 years, short of 2 months, 1 week, I would say. I'm close to 3 years in this sector. But all through the career, one has always been associated with the field, the farms, the people, and one has seen at very close quarters the perils and the opportunities, both that these people have to face and to enjoy whenever it is available to them as a kind of facility provided by either by government or by industry partners. We in this country have probably done excellently as far as the farm productivity is concerned. Data speaks for itself. We are top producers of a large number of commodities, a large number of products. We are second largest in other categories, and we are at a stage now where we do not have to look up to any other country to feed our mouths in the country. We are self-sufficient as far as farm production is concerned. In fact, we are suppliers to a large number of countries when it comes to basic raw material supply. And I have been witness to various requests coming from various countries where they want to partner with India so that their food security is ensured based on the support system and the food security that India has created for itself. Where we lack is not on the farm. The farm, as far as I know and I see, the numbers are very good, very sufficient to take care of our population. Of the 4 factors of production, we all have some basic knowledge of economics, where water, land, capital, labor. Labor, there is no dearth. We have enough. In fact, we have more dependence on farm than farm would actually sustain. I think 60% of the population even today has linkages with the farms, and what we need to do is wean them away from the farm productivity directly and to move them into off-farm activities. Fundamentally, that would lead to a situation where we create off-farm employment and we loosen the pressure that at this point the farm production has. We also will be able to do a lot of addition to the value to the food produce that we make. Today we are in a situation where a lot of our raw material actually just gets packed, sorted after packing and sent to various countries. The benefits of value addition that we should have been enjoying in this country and the wealth addition that could have led to our industry and to our farmers is actually going out to other countries, to other areas, where the raw material goes from here, value addition gets done there, their GDP grows, and they are able to not just consume internally, yet they are also able to export further. So that's an opportunity which we probably are missing in a lot of areas, and we need to seriously look at them to ensure that we get the best out of the farm production benefits that we have got for ourselves. We also have the problem of smaller farms. We are not like Australia or the US, where the farms are very huge, and we could design a specific industry modeled only on a particular kind of produce in an area and ensure that the farmers get the best out of it. We have very small units subdivided into large numbers, and uniformity of production is also an issue. We also have a great price-dependent production planning. The moment price of onions goes up a particular year, next year you see overproduction of onion and then a glut. So that kind of a cyclical problem is something that we have been enduring, which needs to be taken care of. A little bit of more planning into this has to go so that the productivity is not beyond control of the processing limits. We also have a lot of wastage as a consequence, because whichever year the production is higher, the glut is there. There is no way that we can sustain that much of production, and in the end we lose a lot, which is a pity, because for a country where calorific value is not as high as probably in a large number of countries for a per capita consumption, this is a sad situation, and we need to look at the possibility of sustaining the high produce in terms of processing it to a level where it stays on for a much longer time and there is no wastage as a consequence. The issue of processing centers being far away from production is another one which hampers us. I do understand that large industries cannot come around each and every farm to help them to process their produce. There has to be a methodology that needs to be devised so that the produce reaches the large producers in a good shape, in a fresh form, in intermediary processing levels to be achieved at much closer level at the farm, and then secondary levels to be done at a larger producer centers. So this is another area where we need to work on seriously. There are multiple options available that we could probably look at, and the road is a long one. It is not so easy for a country with multitude of produce, multitude of seasonal impacts on produce, many other issues that we are facing at this moment as well. We have to get processing units closer to the farm, but as I said, the large ones cannot do that. So the micro units or the medium-sized units will have to be, is my favorite term, I always use it, a smaller unit for production has to be closer to the farm, and we need to actually carpet bomb this particular kind of unit wherever there is a processing requirement. This processing is definitely going to be a primary level processing, which then goes into an intermediary stage and goes for the secondary producer, which can be there in a hub and spoke model. The model is often spoken of, but practical utility of the model is not utilized by the food processing sector as much as it should have. Here the role of the industry comes in. What the industry needs to do, and we cannot expect farmers to really plan out in a way that they know, okay, we are producing potatoes, so we need to process the potatoes to a level, and then we need to supply the powder to a larger industry, which will in turn convert it into something else and send it. We need to act like the big brother, as we say. The large industry has to be the big brother here, who can help in the planning of the sowing planning, starting from the sowing planning up to the intermediary processing. If there is support and capacity building that is provided to the small farmers, this not just takes away the major problem that the small farmers are facing, the problem of high production in a very odd cyclical fashion, it also takes care of the industry getting sustained raw material supply. This planning, this support, this kind of capacity building, we have seen great examples. McCain, for example, is a case in point. Today, the region where they have their processing units, it's not just McCain that is flourishing. It is also the smallest of producers of potatoes who are getting the best out of this arrangement. So that big brother role, somewhere the industry needs to look at the possibility of acquiring. We need to have these smaller primary processing units supported by government, supported by industry big brothers, supported by good capital availability through the banking systems, and adequate capacity building of these small farmers, so that if it's tomatoes, they can convert it into paste, supply it to the major companies which are there in the chain. If it's potatoes, they can make multiple items out of that. If it is just fresh fruits, they can just sort and grade and pack it in a hygienic condition so that it goes further for processing. Milk is a case in point where cooperatives have played a wonderful role here. And today the wastage as far as milk is concerned is probably the lowest in the country. We consume a lot, we dry it into milk powder and consume it in off seasons when milk production is actually low. So it's a very well controlled, developed system, which I think the industry will have to look at the possibility of building. This just does not create additional employment. The off-farm smaller units are sources of employment. They also take complete pressure off the farm today, where all the income that is generated from a small farm from just raw material production is to be shared in all the family members. These members can of course go off the farm, start working on these smaller units, which are actually raw material or intermediary suppliers to the larger units. Consolidation of FPOs in this case will be a very important area where we need to look at. And that's a possibility that we should be examining as to how FPOs can be created, FPOs can be trained, FPOs can be fully put into the job of doing this kind of an activity. This, I am sure, will ensure that there is a seamless logistics planning that comes into play. When you have organized activities going on, the logistics problem which is there today when your tomatoes are rotting and there are no crates or vehicles available to transport them, all that kind of issues get sorted out by these smaller entities, whether it is the FPOs, the farmers themselves, or supported by the big industry members. This is taken care of, and this will be a big step if it is achieved ever. And consolidation of marketing, of course. We can't expect a farmer to make sure that he makes tomato paste and he is able to sell it on his own. So this kind of a chain activity that the industry can support will be of great use to the farmers. The value addition that results as a consequence is something that we have to aim at. This value addition creates the kind of wealth which does not leave the country's shores when exports are made for just raw material, which I personally feel very sad about, because it's the value addition in benefits that should come to us and not to anyone else, any other country, any other region. It should stay within the country. So that's one area where This entire thing will help us ensure that the value added over the raw material that would have otherwise been thrown into trucks, landing into some kind of mandi where it will not probably be in the same shape as it was at the farm, no more fresh. All those issues that we face today would be taken care of. And foremost of the all would be a price stabilization that will happen. When we say prosperity for the farm, there are multiple activities as I'm trying to think and list out in front of you. If we are not able to work right from the base and go up to the top where the final processing happens and the produce goes to the market, I don't see how prosperity for the farm will be there. It's not an easy thing, and it has to be supported by experienced industry members who are sitting here from the food processing sector and who have the experience, the knowledge, and the capability to work out how the chain of activities from the grassroots, which is here, in this case the farm, up to the final, which is the fork to, from the farm to the fork, the entire chain needs to be supervised by someone who understands this entire thing. It is not a sui generis thing which will happen on its own on a very easy way. It has to be orchestrated, it has to be supported. From the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, we try our bit. We support the micro entrepreneurs. We assist them in creating their smaller units. We assist the medium-sized entrepreneurs under our Kisan Sampada Yojana. We also have a lot of connections as far as the PLI is concerned with the large industry members who I'm sure would have gotten the best of benefits from the ministry in this case. We are basically a ministry which supports infrastructure, and we are here to help the industry members whenever, wherever it is possible, to lend a hand in terms of funding possibilities, in terms of providing any other facilities that you would be expecting from a ministry. But it's a joint effort that I'm talking about. It's a joint effort between the industry, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and all the allied ministries as far as agriculture and allied sectors are concerned. It is to be a joint activity that we need to do together to bring up the farm to a level of prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for your insightful and inspiring address. Your words have shed light on the vital role of food processing industries in driving the economic growth, empowering the farmers, and creating sustainable opportunities across the value chain. And now, may I hand over to our distinguished session moderator, Ms. Nitika Nathani, partner McKinsey and company, to kindly lead these conversations on farm prosperity. Over to you, ma'am. And you have about 25 minutes. By 4:15, we would request you to kindly close the session. Thank you.
Thank you. And a very warm welcome to the distinguished panel members and all of you all into the Farm Prosperity Panel discussion, a very important topic. We have amongst us panel members from across the industry as well as government who all have been working very passionately towards building a better future for the farmers in India. So as Mr. Sikka mentioned in his address, this committee, the Farm Prosperity Committee of FICCI, has been working on various different high impact initiatives spanning across productivity improvement, increasing the penetration of mechanization, digitization, driving sustainability at the farm, right? There are many different initiatives that are being worked on the ground. And so, the focus for the discussion today will be, a bit of shift from just discussing the problems and the challenges of the sector towards really the initiatives which are being run on the ground. What has been some of the learnings, from the panel members' organizations as they've driven this over the last few years? What is coming in the way of scaling some of these initiatives up? Yeah, I think all of us here, who work in the sector, we know the challenges very well, and we also know what it takes to really scale some of these initiatives that we've just got a glimpse of. Yeah. So with that, I think I'll kick off the discussion, and my first question is for you, Mr. Junaid. As we look at the initiatives, one of the critical ones is can we build clusters? And more importantly, on the horticulture side, if we can unlock clusters, it will solve a lot of issues around productivity, market linkages. It will also help farmers move towards more higher value crops, which in turn will also help in the farmer prosperity, right? So what's been your experience as part of FIL building the apple clusters in Kashmir? Would love to hear from you.
So thank you for that, Nitika, and a pleasure to be here today. I think the answer to a cluster, I mean, we've been working on the Apple Cluster program for the last 18 months, but I would really give credit to 25 years of working in the Apple industry that has led us to this point. I think the cluster as a holistic program is an end-to-end program. So you are effectively in 4 to 5 different industries in any crop. One starts pretty much at either the seeds level or the agrogenetics level, then you're into crop protection, crop nutrition, food processing, and then post-harvest management / marketing. So I think for FIL as a company, fortunately, we have been in the Apple business since 1989, and sequentially, we have been investing in these subsectors. So the Apple cluster is effectively an amalgamation of that experience that we had learned. But more specifically, I think in terms of countering the challenges that we face today at the farm level, it is also important to evolve. So as a company, we have focused on 4 pillars, essentially, in the last 18 months of the execution of this cluster. The first pillar has fundamentally been around improving productivity. And in Apple is a 9-month crop, so it's an exception versus most cash crops. You don't have a redo in Apple. So our productivity in Apple is somewhere between 8 to 9 tons per hectare, while as European countries today are averaging more than 40 tons. So I think the first initiative that was critical to us was fundamentally how do we deal with productivity. And again, the answer lies in R&D knowledge transfer. So we've been successful in bringing in high density planting materials, specifically club varieties, which we've been able to distribute amongst the farmers. And we believe that's the first step. Now, post this, the second part is protection and training around this. Now, protection can have 2 aspects to it. Obviously, the traditional crop protection methodologies supplemented by nutrition needs. But I think given today's climate challenges, where we are talking about being resilient, an important aspect of being protected for the farmer is insurance. We have introduced the first parametric based insurance through a digital intervention at the farm level. We piloted that, and I think that is something we feel will give the farmer the confidence to effectively invest in higher productivity costs at the onset that could involve higher outgoes from a farmer point of view. But providing insurance, I believe, has been a very fruitful step and has been well accepted. The next step of it is obviously tailoring an integrated IPM, integrated pest management, or an integrated nutrition management program. So again, we've been successful in rolling that out. I think the early feedback is very promising. We are trying to move away from a chemical-only approach to a combination of chemical plus biostimulants plus biologicals, both for the plant and soil. So I think that is something that we see a lot of headway in going forward. Lastly, and most importantly, I think it is about farmer connect and training. The Apple cluster today is in Shopian district, where somewhere about 16,000 hectares of apple is farmed. So the endeavor for us has been to continuously engage in farmer meetings, train, evolve, share experiences. And I think in the last 12 odd months, from what I've been reviewing with my team, we've conducted over 4,500 meetings. An average meeting size is, let's just say at least 5 farmers. But I think the importance is not the number. The importance is a culture of change. The importance is a culture of prosperity that a company has to transcend to a farmer, a culture of collaborativeness. I mean, in a lot of ways, a culture of equality. So I think those have been the 4 pillars. But again, I think this is just the start. There is a lot more to do, and we are certainly looking forward to growing on this.
Thank you. And, very inspiring to hear how you're enabling, right? Because it's a lot of hard work. You have to really work across kind of the value chain. Yeah. So thank you for sharing your experience in this. I think you touched upon, a little bit on sustainability, and that's the next thread I would pick on, right? So maybe, Mr. Subrata, to you, the whole sort of conversation around water stress, climate challenge, right? This is the biggest issue that the industry will have to solve for in the coming decade, yeah? And when I say industry, I don't think farmers can solve this or pay for this, right? Farmers should not and cannot pay for anything which doesn't add to their income. So, private sector plays a very important role in that sense, yeah? And you being from the input industry, would love to hear your journey on how you're driving, the whole topic of sustainability and practices in the, in the sector.
Thanks, Nitika. Absolutely delighted to be here with the audience and the panel. I'll talk a little about what our experiences have been. So Corteva, as a global pure play agriculture company, has had very strong roots in India. In various avatars, we trace our history back to almost 50 years, where we have worked with farmers through our cutting-edge technology solutions. At the very core of it, sustainability is about growing more with less, while protecting our land so that the future generations can really thrive on the planet. And the important part, Nitika, as you also said, is linking sustainability to productivity and hence prosperity. Because what sustainability at its very core does is that it reduces the depletion of resources, and therefore it makes those resources go longer, and thereby leading to prosperity. So that's very, very important. I think if you have to make it count, what's very important is to treat sustainability not as one of the matrices or KPIs that's kept largely for reporting into annual reports as part of ESG reporting. I think sustainability has to be at the very core of our business strategy. That's really how even we approach it. Agriculture as an industry is very, very climate dependent, so it needs to be central to the business strategy. And building on from there, we really have a spectrum of really high technology offerings, cutting across seeds, hybrid seeds, cutting across crop protection products that help us to do that. So let me take a couple of examples where we are really marrying, or we are able to marry productivity and yield with sustainability. So take corn, for example. Some of the hybrid corn products that we have, corn hybrids that we have, give our farmers in Bihar per hectare yield, which is equivalent to what a farmer in the US gets. And these are again hybrids that get to crops which are climate resilient, which can grow in less water. So that's really a good case of marrying productivity with sustainability. The other example that I can talk about is hybrid rice. Direct seeded rice, many of you might know, is a methodology which does not require the waterlogging of fields. And there are hybrids that are designed for that. And a greater adoption of these hybrids is not only good for climate, is not only good for sustainability because it requires less water, lesser greenhouse gas emission, but it also gives better ROI to the farmers because there is reduced usage of labor, for example. The yields are good. So those are a couple of examples on the seed side. Similarly, if I quickly come to crop protection products, which are another important part of that entire value chain. Products, again, which are sustainable in nature, help improve yield, work well. So we've recently launched a one-of-its-kind, highly selective nematicide. And what it essentially does is it kills the nematodes which are bad for the plant, but it preserves the nematodes that are good for the soil. So maintaining soil health, at the same time driving productivity. Biologicals is another space, which plugs in very well with the whole sustainability agenda. So these are the two parts of the spectrum of offerings that's there. But sometimes just having really good cutting-edge products is not good enough. And that's where the third and the very important piece comes in, and that's where a larger industry-wide initiative is required, which is about stewardship. So this is about how do we really engage with the farmers and provide advisory which educates them on the right usage of these technologies. So for crop protection, for example, it could be about how to manage resistance with some of the pesticides that are there. We talk of integrated pest management and initiatives like these. So it's a combination of these which really works well to marry sustainability along with farm productivity, which is what leads to prosperity on the farm and as actions towards the Viksit Bharat 2047.
Thank you. And, it's very well said the way you've linked the three things, right? I think building on this, maybe over to you, Mr. Sanjeev, given you're also working, on similar initiatives, right? And one of the points that Mr. Subrata mentioned, that farmer education, right, and working with the farmers very closely is very important to drive this. So what's been your experience driving that?
Thank you, Nikita. Actually, I must say that Subrata stole some of my ideas before I even expressed them. So I think we are kind of aligned here. I think as Yara, we've been in India for almost about 30 odd years, out of which the last 15 odd years have been on the ground where we set up our own distribution company in India. And we see that there are about some challenges in Indian agriculture. I mean, number one is soil health. It's depleted. The secondary and micronutrients are almost non-existent. And the result of that we see is low productivity, and also malnutrition in India is creeping up. 1 kg of NPK in 1960 would give us 12 kgs of food grain. Today it gives us 5. So 60% productivity drop. We produce almost 60 to 70% of global cereal producers, top level, China, Brazil, and so on and so forth. Water scarcity, 54% of India definitely is the water scarce zone. Somewhere it's sometimes even less than the Middle Eastern country, which is again scary. Then obviously Indian agriculture contributes to 25% of emissions. That also is a fact. Look around yourself. Today everybody's blaming our farmers in Punjab and Haryana for doing it, but the fact is the ecosystem is against them. So when we started out in India, the whole idea was how do we enable the Indian farmers to tackle this or at least mitigate these challenges. The starting point is to deliver a crop program which constitutes of Yara's low carbon footprint fertilizer. So the starting point is low. It's a low carbon, low emission fertilizer that goes in. And these crop programs are based on nutrition sufficiency concept. That is, deliver the nutrient in the right form, in the right quantity at the right stage. So there's no excessive use of fertilizers. That is because excessive use of fertilizers, that's what is actually destroying our soils. So we have done that. Second part is we have gone digital in a big way. Like Subrata mentioned, knowledge transfer. That's extremely important. And we have built, let's say, a farm care app. We have connected to almost over 3.6 million farmers digitally, to whom we are delivering weather forecasts, hyper-local for their particular farm. For the next 15 days, it's going to rain, it's not going to rain, take informed decisions, right? And then also delivering them knowledge that they need to help them grow their crop. We are aware of that, we deliver that. Then we have a team of almost 300 sales agronomists who are out there delivering the knowledge to the farmers. We did almost about 35,000 farmer meetings in a year. We do almost about 5,000 to 7,000 demonstration plots to deliver this. So the farmers also have a right, just as I have a right to go into Shoppers Stop and touch and feel, the farmers have a right to touch and feel, does this thing work or not? It's extremely important. So we have these initiatives, and then also with our distribution network, we are enabling the dealers and our YCNC, the Yara Crop Nutrition Centers, which are franchisee shops, to deliver a low carbon footprint fertilizer backed by knowledge. Without knowledge, the products are pretty much useless. So we are doing all this, and we have seen that when we use our fertilizers, which have the lowest salt index, we have seen with some farmers over the last 2 to 3 crop cycles who have used our programs, they're coming back and telling us that the earthworms are being seen again. Last time I saw earthworms when I started out my career in 1986. And now we see those earthworms coming back, because that is the real reward of using our crop program, that you're protecting the soil. The soil is alive again and it can be used for the next generation. So when we use the right nutrition products backed by knowledge, we have seen that the farmer incomes go up, especially in the fruits and vegetables spectrum. That's where we're very strong on, that's where we're really working on. That's where we've seen the productivity going up, quality of crop is better, and the farmers are generally coming back in segments of grapes, tomatoes, etc., apples in Himachal and Kashmir also. They're coming back with increased productivity and increased returns of about 20 to 25% in one cropping cycle. So all I would say is that the farmers are ready to put their money on the table. At the end of the day, they're business people. This is an industry. We need to recognize it as an industry, and farmers will put their money on the table as long as they see a return coming back to them. And I think the farmers know it much more than us, that following sustainable practices are profitable. It's a profitable venture, and they will get paid for it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjeev. Moving to Anita ma'am, food processing is a very critical pillar in the whole farm and farmer prosperity discussion. And like you mentioned as well, there's a huge scope for value addition still, right? Even in what we are already exporting, right? And then of course we can grow what we are exporting. So, the government is driving a lot of initiatives to unlock that. Given we also have industry here, and Junaid touched upon, how some of the private players are building the clusters and so on. One question that comes for you is, how can industry and industry players collaborate more effectively with the government, on this goal, on this journey?
Thank you. After listening to the gentleman on my sides, on both the sides, I recognize that what I said has truth in it, because when the industry extends hands to bring farmers on board, and when you give the training, when you plan, when you support them, when you give them technical input as to whether it's going to rain, whether it is going to be a dry day, and when you help them create some kind of financial instruments with the banks, that's basically ingredient to make a good success story. And what I said is completely vetted by what I heard from the gentleman here. The industry has to take the lead is my firm belief, and wherever the industry has come forward, it has been a success story most of the times. I do understand there are irritants, there is a lot of planning, there is a lot of preparations to be done. There are a lot of issues which you have experienced when you deal with farmers, because their thinking is different, your thinking is different. But it takes time to, kind of bring everyone on the same platform, talk in the same terms. When you find, the farmer finds out that the industry is giving inputs and giving supports where not just the industry, but the farmers are also benefiting out of it, you have a winning solution to the problem. And that's where industry does need to plan out. Going and buying raw material from the mandis and supporting your own industry is not just enough, because that will happen today, that will happen tomorrow, but very soon sustainability aspects will come into play, and you will figure out that the same mandi is not able to supply the entire raw material that you really need. So that support, as I said, should start from the beginning, and that is where the success story lies.
Very well said, and thank you, ma'am. Moving on to Mr. Sikka, you touched upon mechanization, right? And Mahindra has actually brought mechanization to the farms of India, yeah? So as you look ahead, there's also a need for farmers to adopt more sophisticated mechanization, I would say, right? Yeah. How are you thinking about that, and how, some of the digital initiatives that your organization is driving is seeing success?
As we all know, India is the world's largest tractor market. And Mahindra, the company that I represent, is the world's largest tractor company by volume. Having done all this work for mechanization, we also strongly believe that there is so much more that we can do for the farmers to bring mechanization to him. Because finally, mechanization is a very key correlated effect with productivity, with farm productivity. So mechanization, more the mechanization, more productivity is likely to happen. And in India, we also, all of us know that 86% of the farmers are small and marginalized. And Anita ma'am also said in her address that Indian farmers' farm sizes are very, very small. So with this, we have an added challenge that the farmers' affordability to take mechanization is also very challenging. Everybody wants to own a tractor, everybody wants to own mechanization equipment, but very few have the real affordability, even though companies like Mahindra have gone ahead and launched products at very, very low price points. I mean, we have tractors from 15 HP right up to 75 HP. But still, to afford that 15 HP tractor for a small and marginalized farmer is a huge challenge. And this is the problem we were thinking about on how to do it. And there, the whole model of rental of farm mechanization, I think, plays a very critical role. Now, renting has been in Indian ecosystem forever. There is nothing new that we were trying to do because all the farmers know their friends, their relatives in the villages. They keep renting equipment day in and day out. So that's not the problem that we are trying to solve for. The problem we are trying to solve for is that the Indian agriculture cycle is that the whole activity that you require, whether it is land preparation, whether it is sowing, whether it is harvesting, has to be done in those 3 to 4 weeks. So the window of farm usage of mechanization is very, very small. And that time, the farmer is not able to lay his hands on renting equipment if he has just visibility to his own village. And that's where we came in and we said, we will digitize the whole platform. So we launched a Krishi app, Krish E app, and we started putting hardware into our tractors. So far we have done about 70,000 tractors with these smart kits that we call. And once the farmer buys this tractor, switches on, logs into our app, then he is visible to all the farmers who may want that tractor. And then we launched another app to connect this, which we call the Kheti app. So as a farmer, if I am looking for an equipment, I just have to log into that app, and within 20 kilometers of the radius of my farm, I will locate all the equipment that I'm looking for, whether it is tractors, whether it is harvester, whether it is a rotavator, everything can be traced. And then it is upon me and the farmer to strike a deal because the telephone numbers are displayed and we can call each other. I think this is what we are trying to scale. Our idea is to do 1 million tractors in next few years. And as this equipment becomes available, visible to the farmers, and more farmers are coming it at, I mean, we are just charging them 100 rupees per year to log into this platform. It's almost like free. And that is what will make this whole mechanization bring benefits to our small and marginal farmer. And I think this is what will transform the agriculture industry in terms of mechanization piece.
Very helpful, and thank you. I think it's very inspiring. It's been very inspiring to hear, some of the initiatives across sustainability, digitization.
Stage with your august presence. And let's once again put our hands together to welcome the Honourable Minister, sir, onto the stage. Namaskar and good evening. It is an honor to welcome you all to this important session of FICCI's 97th Annual General Meeting and the Annual Convention. And ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Shri Bhupinder Yadav ji, the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Bhupinder Yadav ji is a leader who has been at the forefront of shaping India's environmental and climate change policy. And may I request Dr. Anisha, President FICCI, to kindly welcome the Honourable Minister with a green certificate and a memento as a token of gratitude. FICCI's tradition in giving the green certificate is a pledge to plant a grove of trees for ecotourism at Songmo, Sikkim, And the special memento is an exclusive handcrafted artwork from Muradabad, which is contributing to the region's economic growth and employment opportunities to numerous skilled artisans. Thank you very much indeed. And I would now request Dr. Anish Shah, President FICCI, to kindly give his welcome address and begin the proceedings of this important session. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Shah.
Good evening. Climate change is one of the most pressing problems we face in the world today. There has been talk about this for many years. And in many ways an agreement as well that we will take action to ensure that world temperature does not rise more than 1.5 degrees. But despite those agreements, action on it around the world has been somewhat limited. We are starting to see the effects of that climate change now. And some of them are very devastating, with floods, with tsunamis, with the heat that we see. And India is emerging as a leader in this space now. While the rest of the world initially talked about the fact that some countries would lead the way, I don't think anyone expected India to lead the way on this. India has set a very ambitious target of 50% renewable energy by 2030. And a number of other targets that go up to 2070. And under your leadership, sir, India is recognized today as one of the trailblazers in the world in this space. Renewable energy in India is produced at 40% of the cost of fossil fuel energy. And that's helping rapidly transform our energy landscape. And that's something that many other countries in the world have not been able to do. There's a lot more that is being done across the country on preservation, on biodiversity. And these are all the actions that bode well for us in terms of what we will leave behind for the next generation. Therefore, sustainability has been one of the pillars of FICCI's actions. And so the Environment Ministry has been a key partner in listening to industry, in working closely with industry, and I would say that industry is here to help support your efforts in terms of continuing to have India being the leader in this space. With that, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister, Shri Bhupendra Yadav.
Thank you, sir, for those warm words of welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, is a visionary statesman who has consistently worked to strike a delicate balance between development and environmental conservation. Under his stewardship, India has taken bold steps to meet its global climate commitments, promoting sustainable development while safeguarding the nation's biodiversity and the natural resources. Shri Yadav's leadership in environmental policy and climate action is helping to shape a sustainable future for India. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly share his insights and the vision for a sustainable India.
Dr. Anish Shah ji, President FICCI,
श्री हर्षवर्धन अग्रवाल जी, प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्ट फिक्की, श्री अनंत गोयनका जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट फिक्की, ज्योति विज जी, डीजी फिक्की, और यहाँ उपस्थित फिक्की के इस 97th कन्वेंशन में उपस्थित सभी सम्मान्य प्रबुद्धगण। वैसे तो ये आपका 97th कन्वेंशन है, आपके शतक लगने में 3 साल ही बाकी हैं, लेकिन कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन अगर 100 वर्ष की यात्रा करता है तो निश्चित रूप से वो संस्था कुछ अच्छे उद्देश्यों को लेकर के चलती है, सार्थक काम करती है, और आपका शून्य से ये शतक जो पूरा होने वाला जो दौर है, आज़ादी के पहले इसकी स्थापना गांधी जी की प्रेरणा से और बिड़ला जी के अध्यक्ष बनने से शुरू हुई, और मुझे लगता है कि 100 वर्ष की इस यात्रा में जो आपकी पूरी होने वाली है, आपने बहुत सारे देश के बदलते हुए बिंदुओं को देखा है। एक ऐसे समय में जब हम आज़ादी के आंदोलन से निकल रहे थे, अपना देश बनाने की जद्दोजिहाद में थे, और एक ऐसे समय जब हम बंद नीतियों में अपने आप को एक साम्यवादी मॉडल के, जिसको एकदम पैक नीतियों में देश को चला रहे थे, और आज एक ऐसे दौर पर आए हैं जब हम एक खुलेपन के साथ भारत को दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने जा रहे हैं। फिक्की की ये यात्रा भारत के विकास की यात्रा है, और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि बहुत कम ऐसे संगठन होंगे जो विकसित भारत की यात्रा की संकल्पना में हर बिंदु को अपनी यात्रा के किसी न किसी अनुभव में समेटे हुए होंगे। और इसलिए जब व्यक्ति के जीवन को या देश को आगे बढ़ाने की बात की जाती है, तो उसमें कुछ नए प्रयोगों के क्षण भी आते हैं। विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए पिछले 10 वर्षों में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने जो पहल करी है, उसमें ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस से लेकर के हर क्षेत्र में नई संकल्पनाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। और इसलिए कल मैंने शाह जी से पूछा था, मैंने कहा कि मैं आकर के अपने मन से कुछ बोलूं, आप ही कुछ पॉइंट सजेस्ट कर दीजिए कि मुझे क्या विषय रखना चाहिए। उनका पहला प्रश्न यही था कि विकसित भारत के बारे में आप ज़रूर कहिए, और मेरा मानना है कि जब हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं तो ये सबसे बड़ा विषय है। विकसित भारत का अर्थ है जिसमें पूरी तरीके से हम गरीबी से मुक्त हों, और गरीबी से मुक्त होने का अर्थ है कि देश के बसने वाले हर नागरिक को गरिमापूर्ण जीवन जीने के सारे संसाधन उपलब्ध कराए जाएं। एक लंबे समय तक जिस शासन व्यवस्था में हम रहे थे, उसमें लोगों का फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन नहीं था, एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं थी, अप्रोच नहीं थी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं थी, और इसलिए विकसित भारत को पिछले 10 वर्षों में जो आगे बढ़ाने का काम हुआ है, उसमें नई टेक्नोलॉजी से, डिजिटल गवर्नेंस से फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी हुआ है, गवर्नेंस की ट्रांसपेरेंसी भी आई है, पॉलिसी का रिफॉर्म भी हुआ है, और सबसे बड़ी बात नए इनोवेशन को आगे बढ़ाने की बात कही है। और इसलिए उसकी बुनियाद है कि हमने देश में स्टार्टअप्स को भी आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। और जब हम 47 के विज़न की बात करते हैं 2047 के, तो गरीबी से मुक्त भारत तो होना ही चाहिए, लेकिन हम एक सिविलाइजेशनल वैल्यू पे खड़े हुए डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री हैं और हमारा जो इथोस है वो अपने आप में विश्व कल्याण का है। और इसलिए मजबूत बनने में दो चीज़ें ज़रूर चाहिए, एक शक्ति होनी चाहिए और एक संपन्नता होनी चाहिए। भारत में पता नहीं क्यों कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि जैसे संपन्नता होना कोई नुकसान का विषय है। मेरा कहना है कि विकसित भारत तभी होगा जब भारत में एक नहीं हजारों की संख्या में उद्योग और उद्योगपति खड़े होकर देश निर्माण में खुल करके भाग लेंगे। वो विकसित भारत का हमारा सपना होगा। दुनिया ने अपने ये जो पिछली पूरी यात्रा करी है, जब शाह जी बोल रहे थे तो वो कह रहे थे कि सबसे बड़ा विषय क्लाइमेट चेंज का है। अभी जो बाको में हमारी कॉप चल रही है, इस कॉप में जो सबसे बड़ा विषय चर्चा में चल रहा है वो हमारे दुनिया के एमिशन के कारण न्यू क्वांटिफाइबल गोल क्या होने चाहिए। क्योंकि पेरिस एग्रीमेंट में 2015 में, जैसा कि मेरे से पहले आपके प्रेसिडेंट ने भी कहा था, कि विषय आया था कि जो एमिशंस हैं उसके कारण धरती का टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है, उसके लिए सभी देशों के अपने कंट्रीब्यूशन होने चाहिए और कंट्रीब्यूशन होने के साथ हर देश के अपने एनडीसीज तय होने चाहिए, नेशनल डिटरमिन्ड कंट्रीब्यूशन। डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ ने कहा भी था कि हमने हिस्टोरिकली जो कार्बन एमिशन में दुनिया का स्पेस घेरा है उसका कंपनसेशन हम निश्चित रूप से करेंगे, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र करेंगे। वो विषय तो वार्ता के माध्यम से चल ही रहा है, लेकिन पिछली कॉप में भी जो यूएई में हुई थी, तब पेरिस के बाद एक बार ये तय किया गया था कि एक बार ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक लेना चाहिए, कि देशों ने जो अपने एनडीसीज दिए हैं अगर उन सारे एनडीसीज को पूरा किया जाएगा और भविष्य में पूरी दुनिया को अगर एनर्जी के रिसोर्सेस उपलब्ध कराने जाएंगे तो ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक क्या होगा और उसके हिसाब से फाइनेंशियल उसका पैकेज भी क्या होगा। और इसलिए ग्लासगो के कॉप में जो एक बड़ी सफलता हुई थी वो आर्टिकल 6 की हुई थी, जिसको मेरे को भी आपकी तरफ से कहा गया था कि कार्बन क्रेडिट ट्रेडिंग स्कीम के बारे में ज़रूर बोलना चाहिए। और आर्टिकल 6 पेरिस एग्रीमेंट में ये तय किया गया था कि अपने अपने जो हमारे एनडीसीज हैं, वो जो एम्बिशियस एनडीसीज हैं, उसके साथ साथ इस ट्रेडिंग मैकेनिज़्म को कैसे बनाया जाए। और ग्लासगो के बाद शर्म एल शेख में भी और यूएई में भी आर्टिकल 6.2, 6.4 के लिए बातचीत चली और इस बार बाको में ये उपलब्धि रही कि हमने दुनिया ने कम से कम 6.2 पे अपने एग्रीमेंट को स्वीकार किया। और इसलिए इसको स्वीकार करते समय इस बात को भी तय किया गया कि अब भविष्य में अगर हम कार्बन क्रेडिट का ट्रांसफ़र भी करते तो दुनिया में, दुनिया के स्तर पर टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग और फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट को, मैकेनिज़्म को कैसे विकसित किया जाए। द्विपक्षीय, बहुपक्षीय जो भी वार्ताएं इस संबंध में होगी, उसमें इस मैकेनिज़्म के साथ ही साथ आर्टिकल 6.4 में जो फ्यूचर में अब आने वाले 1 वर्ष के लिए छोड़ा गया है कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जब इस आर्टिकल को पूरा लागू किया जाएगा तो उसके लिए फर्दर उसकी बेसलाइन क्या होनी चाहिए, उसकी एडिशनलिटी क्या होनी चाहिए, उसके लिए सरप्लस डिमांड क्या होनी चाहिए, लीकेज, और उसके साथ साथ जो नॉन परफॉर्मेंस इस सिस्टम में होगा उसके लिए आगामी 1 वर्ष पे विचार करने के लिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में तय किया गया है। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनर्जी के द्वारा इस फ्रेमवर्क को भारत में तैयार किया गया और हमारी मिनिस्ट्री के द्वारा एक ग्रीन क्रेडिट प्रोग्राम भी शुरू किया है। आपको जानकारी है कि हमने जो अपने एनडीसीज दिए थे पेरिस एग्रीमेंट में जिसमें हमने कहा था कि हम अपनी कार्बन एमिशन की क्षमता को 2005 के मुकाबले में 40% कम करेंगे और उसके साथ ही साथ हमने ये भी वादा किया था कि हम रिन्यूएबल की क्षमता को 45% बढ़ाएंगे। दोनों लक्ष्यों को हमने 2030 से पहले पूरा किया और भारत G20 का एक ऐसा देश है जिसने इस लक्ष्य को पूरा किया और उसके साथ ही साथ 2030 के नए लक्ष्य को भी दिया है जो आपके अध्यक्ष महोदय ने यहाँ पर कहा। लेकिन हमारा जो एक और लक्ष्य है कि जिसमें हमने कहा है कि हम 33% ग्रीन कवर को बढ़ाने की बात करेंगे और उसके लिए सरकार ने ग्रीन क्रेडिट इनिशिएटिव को शुरू किया और मोदी जी का 3.0 जो सरकार का विषय शुरू हुआ, इसमें 100 दिनों के लिए एक अच्छा पायलट प्रोजेक्ट भी लाया गया। मंत्रालय के द्वारा नोटिफिकेशन भी इसमें लागू किया गया और इसमें हमने शुरू में PSUs को आमंत्रित करके पूरे देश में एक प्रयोग के तौर पे किया है और एक ग्रीन क्रेडिट पोर्टल को भी शुरू किया है। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि 100 दिन के ही पहले दिन के इस कार्यकाल में जो लक्ष्य तय किया था 47,937 हेक्टेयर ज़मीन, जिसमें 22 PSU के द्वारा इस GCP पोर्टल का उपयोग किया गया और लगभग 22,700 हेक्टेयर 823 लैंड पार्सल्स में इसको पायलट प्रोजेक्ट पे लागू किया गया। और मैं चाहता हूं कि भविष्य में इंडस्ट्री के सहयोग के साथ हम ग्रीन भारत के इस विषय में ग्रीन क्रेडिट फंड के साथ आगे बढ़ने का काम करेंगे। मैं ये बात इसलिए कहना चाहता हूं कि इसकी एक पूरी प्रक्रिया बनाई गई है। कार्बन क्रेडिट के साथ ग्रीन क्रेडिट के इस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में हम निश्चित रूप से भारत का जो लक्ष्य है 33% ग्रीन कवर, उसको भी पूरा करने का काम करेंगे। आने वाले समय में जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है और सबसे बड़ा क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम भी है, वो अपने रिसोर्सेज को माइंडफुल यूटिलाइजेशन का विषय है। क्योंकि जब हम मिशन लाइफ की बात करते हैं और धरती के रिसोर्स की बात करते हैं तो धरती के रिसोर्स कभी भी अनलिमिटेड नहीं है। धरती के रिसोर्स की एक लिमिट है। मैं कई बार कई जगह इस बात को कह चुका हूँ। आज बल्कि एक रिपोर्ट भी आई है जिसमें भारत का जो कंजम्पशन पैटर्न है वो औसत दुनिया में बहुत अच्छा है। हमारी 17% पॉपुलेशन का जो एमिशन में हम लगभग 4% है, लेकिन इतनी ही पॉपुलेशन अगर डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ की मिला दिया जाए तो उनका कार्बन एमिशन 60% है। पर कैपिटा कंजम्पशन हमारा सबसे कम है। लेकिन दुनिया को भी अगर इस रास्ते पे चलना होगा और फ्यूचर के अगर सस्टेनेबिलिटी को पाना होगा तो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की एक बड़ी भूमिका रहने वाली है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी आज़ादी के 75 साल पूरे होने पर सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की बात पे जोर दिया है और इसीलिए उनके संकल्प को ध्यान में रखते हुए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट फॉरेस्ट के द्वारा सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में जो 10 वेस्ट कैटेगरीज़ में हम लोग अपने रूल्स बनाने में सक्षम हुए हैं, जिसको हमने पूरी तरीके से लागू किया है। ये 10 क्षेत्र में पहला लिथियम आयन बैटरीज, दूसरा ई वेस्ट, तीसरा टॉक्सिक एंड हजार्डस इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट, चौथा स्क्रैप मेटल, पांचवा टायर एंड रबर, छठा एंड ऑफ लाइफ व्हीकल्स, सातवां जिप्सम, आठवां यूज्ड ऑयल, नवा म्यूनिसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट और 10वां सोलार पैनल्स। लेकिन इतना ही इस क्षेत्र में करना काफ़ी नहीं है। आने वाले समय में हमारे स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से और हमारे बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के माध्यम से सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में काफ़ी काम होना बाकी है। यही कारण है कि हमने इस क्षेत्र को देखते हुए EPR के फ्रेमवर्क को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। EPR के फ्रेमवर्क में कलेक्शन करने का काम किया और EPR फ्रेमवर्क में भी हम लगातार इंडस्ट्री के साथ बात करते हुए फ्यूचर में क्लीन अपने इस मॉड्यूल को कैसे आगे बढ़ाएं, उसके लिए लगातार सबके साथ बात करते हुए हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। एक जो सबसे बड़ा विषय है वो मिशन लाइफ का है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के विज़न को अभी हाल ही में जो ब्राज़ील में भी G20 का जो डिक्लेरेशन आया है और दुनिया के सब देशों ने लगातार जितनी भी कॉप हुई है वहाँ ये माना है कि सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल ये आने वाले समय की सबसे बड़ी ज़रूरत है। और सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल का अर्थ है कि हम माइंडफुल किस यूटिलाइजेशन करें रेदर देन माइंडलेस कंजम्पशन। और इसलिए मिनिस्ट्री के द्वारा भी इस पर लगातार काम किए जा रहे हैं। देश की बायोडायवर्सिटी के कंजर्वेशन के लिए, इको सेंसिटिव जोन के लिए भी लगातार काम किए जा रहे हैं। भारत पूरी तरीके से मॉन्ट्रियल के उस पैक्ट का साझी भी है जिसमें कगाली के अपने रेजोल्यूशन के माध्यम से जो दुनिया को ग्रीन कूलिंग एक्शन प्लान बनाने की बात कही है। हमारे यहाँ पर भी हमने चाहे गाड़ी के लिए हो, रेफ्रिजरेशन के लिए हो, कूलिंग प्लान के पूरे एक्शन प्लान को आगे बढ़ाने की बात करी है। एक जो सबसे बड़ा विषय है हमारे देश में नेशनल क्लीन एयर प्रोग्राम का है। मैं जानता हूँ कि ये एक ऐसा विषय है जो हमारे को सबसे ज़्यादा एक्शन प्लान की दृष्टि से चुनौतीपूर्ण विषय हमारे लिए है। हमारी मंत्रालय के द्वारा 2019 में नेशनल क्लीन एयर प्रोग्राम को लागू किया गया था। ये नेशनल क्लीन एयर प्रोग्राम को हमने 130 शहरों के माध्यम से लागू किया और इन 130 शहरों में हमने जो फंडिंग का क्रिटिकल गैप है उस गैप को भरने का काम किया। क्लीन एयर के लिए जो बाकी नोडल एजेंसीज़ हैं, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी से लेकर के जो और डिपार्टमेंट, उन नोडल एजेंसीज़ को एक साथ मिलाकर के आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। और इसमें परफॉर्मेंस बेस का ऑडिट करके हमने परफॉर्मेंस बेस के आधार पर इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। उसके साथ ही साथ देश में क्लीन एयर के लिए जो स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, आज तो मुझे ये बताया भी गया है कि स्वच्छ भारत मिशन को आप लोगों ने भी अपने इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन बनाने के लिए अडॉप्ट किया है। मैं फिक्की को भी इस सराहनीय योगदान के लिए बधाई देता हूँ। मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर हर सेक्टर, इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर, रेजिडेंशियल सेक्टर इस हेल्दी कंपटीशन में आएगा तो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हम अपने क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे। लेकिन स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के साथ स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन, सतत नगर वन योजना को आगे ले जाने का काम कर रहे हैं। हम मानते हैं कि दिल्ली के इस NCR क्षेत्र में विशेष रूप से नवंबर की ये जो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन आती है उसमें एक बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने आती है। और इसलिए एक प्रयोग जो हमने किया कि दिल्ली में जितने भी व्हीकल है, व्हीकल पॉल्यूशन को देखते हुए हमने जो पेट्रोल का जो फ्यूल है BS4 से BS6 में चेंज किया, ताकि जितना क्लीन फ्यूल हम इस्तेमाल करेंगे उतना इस पॉल्यूशन को कमी करेंगे। दूसरा जो विषय है सस्टेनेबल अल्टरनेटिव टूवर्ड्स अफोर्डेबल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन को आगे बढ़ाने के काम को तो आगे बढ़ाया ही है। दिल्ली में अगर पिछले 3-4 साल में आप देखेंगे तो 7,759 जो यूनिट्स हैं NCR में, उसमें से हमने 7,442 को क्लीनर फ्यूल पे शिफ्ट किया, जिसके कारण हम पिछले 4 सालों में इस एवरेज को सुधार सके हैं। और इतना केवल दिल्ली के आसपास के पूरे NCR एरिया में, हरियाणा में 3,141 यूनिट्स में से NCR क्षेत्र में 2,954 को हमने कन्वर्ट किया। उत्तर प्रदेश के NCR एरिया में 2,273 में से 2,183 यूनिट्स को कन्वर्ट किया। और राजस्थान में भी जो बगल में हमारे NCR एरिया में 522 यूनिट्स हैं, उसमें से 482 यूनिट्स को हमने इसको कन्वर्ट करने का काम किया। और हम इस बात के लिए इंडस्ट्री को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं कि उन्होंने भी अपना जो क्लीन फ्यूल पे जो उन्होंने अपना ट्रांजिशन किया उससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा लाभ मिला है। लेकिन स्टबल बर्निंग एक ऐसा इशू है जिसके लिए इस बार भी हमने पूरे तरीके से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर ने लगातार मीटिंग ली, शिवराज जी ने बीच में 2 बार मीटिंग ली, सेक्रेटरीज स्तर पे लगातार इसका मॉनिटरिंग का काम हुआ। एक लेजिस्लेशन को लाया गया CAQM, जिसमें पहली बार जो देश में 4 साल पहले इस लॉ को लाके जो एयर शेड है, क्योंकि एयर शेड जो है वो बियॉन्ड जोग्राफिकल बाउंड्री है और इसलिए उस पर एक्शन लेने के लिए दिल्ली में एक ऐसी एजेंसी होनी चाहिए थी जो NCR ही नहीं, NCR के बाहर भी जहाँ पर ये एयर शेड के कारण डिस्टर्बेंस पैदा होती है वहाँ पर अधिकारियों को एक्शन ले सके, डायरेक्शन दे सके। और CAQM ने लगातार सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स के साथ मीटिंग करके विशेष रूप से स्टेबल बर्निंग पे काम करने की कोशिश करी है। लेकिन मेरा फिर भी मानना है कि इसमें और ज़्यादा पेड़ लगा करके इस विषय को NCR क्षेत्र में विशेष रूप से आगे बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे। और यही कारण है कि इस बार वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट डे पे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान को पूरे देश के सामने दिया था। और मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि हमारी वेबसाइट पे लगातार जो इस पे लगातार प्रविष्टि आ रही हैं, 100 करोड़ लोगों ने अब इस आंकड़े को पार किया है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को इसके लिए बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। लेकिन उसके साथ ही साथ CPCB की जो गाइडलाइंस है, विशेष रूप से कंस्ट्रक्शन को लेकर के जो गाइडलाइन है, मिटिगेशन को लेकर के जो गाइडलाइन है, उन सारी गाइडलाइन को आगे बढ़ाने का काम ये हमारी तरफ से किया जा रहा है। मेरा ये मानना है कि इस बदलते हुए समय में जो सबसे बड़ा इंडस्ट्रीज़ के सामने विषय है कि जब हम कोई भी इंडस्ट्री को खड़ा करते हैं तो हमारा जो सबसे पहला कमिटमेंट है वो अब केवल शेयर होल्डर के साथ नहीं है। इंडस्ट्री को बनाते समय शेयर होल्डर के साथ ही साथ हमारा जो सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है वो स्टेक होल्डर के साथ भी है। क्योंकि जो हमारा प्रोडक्शन निकल कर के आता है, अगर सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल पे पूरी दुनिया को लेकर के जाते हैं तो सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ हमारा जो प्रोडक्शन निकल के आता है उसमें स्टेक होल्डर के साथ कम से कम हमारा रिश्ता रहना चाहिए। और इसलिए इंडस्ट्री के प्रोडक्शन के साथ साथ हमें क्लाइमेट चेंज, एनर्जी यूज़ और ओवरऑल कंजम्पशन पैटर्न, वो भी एक ऐसा पार्ट है जो सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के नाते हमको ध्यान रखना चाहिए। दूसरा, जो एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी है वो क्लाइमेटिक और एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट उसका ज़रूर देखना चाहिए। और आज आप लोगों ने शायद फार्म प्रोडक्ट पे अपनी चर्चा भी करी है। और तीसरा, जो गवर्नमेंट तो करती है लेकिन इंडस्ट्री को भी हेल्थ केयर और एजुकेशन का एक ऐसा सिस्टम है जिस पर लगातार अपने स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ भी अपने प्रोडक्शन के साथ साथ ध्यान में रखना ही चाहिए। दुनिया में कार्बन एमिशन को जो नापने का जो एक विषय है उस पर भी मैं अपनी तरफ से एक ही विषय कहना चाहता हूँ। जितना भी प्रोडक्शन के कारण एमिशन है उसके 2 विषय हैं, सोर्स ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल एंड सिंक फॉर एब्जॉर्बिंग वेस्ट। जो आज हमारे ऊपर जो विषय लगाया जाता है, दुनिया में सारे डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ इस बात को मानते हैं कि दुनिया बेहतर सस्टेनेबिलिटी की ओर तब बढ़ सकती है जब टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र और फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ को प्रोवाइड किया जाए। हमारे देश में भी निश्चित रूप से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विज़न के कारण हम इस विषय पर काफ़ी आगे बढ़े हैं और हम ये मानते हैं कि फ्यूचर में इंडस्ट्री का भी जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल सपोर्ट होगा, विशेष रूप से सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में जो एनर्जी हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं उसके जितने क्लीन एनर्जी की ओर जाएंगे उतना ही बढ़िया हम देश में एक अच्छे वातावरण को खड़ा कर सकेंगे। और इसलिए एक ऐसा दौर है जिसमें नए टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन की ओर हमें जाना होगा। ये एक ऐसा दौर है जिसमें नए क्लाइमेट एक्शन की ओर हमें जाना होगा। ये एक ऐसा दौर है जिसमें हमें नए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के मेजर्स खड़े करने होंगे। ये एक ऐसा दौर है जिसमें हमने अपने फाइनेंशियल रिसर्च को एक विशेष टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट की ओर ले जाना होगा जो ज़्यादा क्लीन और फ्यूल के साथ, एनर्जी के साथ दुनिया ज़्यादा अच्छा प्रोडक्शन कर सके। और यही करके हम टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से अपने देश को आगे बना सकेंगे और सस्टेनेबल वर्ल्ड में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का हार्दिक धन्यवाद। आपने भारत के पर्यावरणीय लक्ष्यों और पहलों पर आपके दृष्टिकोण को साझा कर हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन किया। Ladies and gentlemen, we thank the Honorable Minister for kindly sharing his valuable perspectives on India's environmental goals and initiatives. And may I now invite Ms. Harsha V. Agarwal to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
It is my privilege to thank Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupendra Singh Ji Yadav, for his inspiring address to us. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi Ji, India is not only driving national growth but also leading by example on the global stage. Your emphasis on sustainability, biodiversity, and the transition to net zero underscores the urgent need for bold collective action. Indian businesses stand ready to ride to this challenge. Guided by the government's framework, they are investing in green technologies and committing to low carbon, inclusive development. On behalf of FICCI and everyone present, I express our deepest gratitude for your presence and continued support. Namaste. Thank you.
हार्दिक धन्यवाद। माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का आभार व्यक्त करते हुए हार्दिक धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं और मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे हमारे फिक्की के माननीय सम्मानीय पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट्स को, माननीय श्री भूपेंद्र यादव जी के साथ एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए। We invite all our distinguished past presidents of FICCI to kindly join the Honorable Minister, sir, on the stage for a group photograph. और एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाएं माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी के आभार में। हार्दिक धन्यवाद सर। And ladies and gentlemen, as the Honorable Minister departs, we request everyone to kindly remain seated as we are straight away moving into the next session. The next session is on sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. आप सभी से निवेदन है कृपया अपने स्थान पर ही बैठे रहें। We now proceed towards the next session, which is a panel discussion on sustainability. And I would like to invite on stage Ms. Alexandra Dublanche, Chairwoman, Choose Paris Region. Let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Alexandra. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I would like to invite Mr. Mahendra Singhi, Chair FICCI Committee on Environment and Climate Change and Member of Board and Strategic Advisor, Dalmia Cements Bharat Limited. Warm welcome, sir. I invite Mr. Rizwan Sumer, Chair FICCI Committee on Logistics and CEO and Managing Director, Middle East, North Africa and Indian Subcontinent, DP World. A very warm welcome. I invite Ms. Abanti Sankaranarayanan, Co-Chair FICCI Committee on Environment and Climate Change and Chief Group Public Affairs Officer and Member of Group Executive Board, Mahindra Group. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. And let's put our hands together to welcome our distinguished panel on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we move forward. We are delighted to present a session on one of the most pressing issues of our time, sustainability. And I would now invite Mr. Mahendra Singhi to kindly give his opening remarks and set the context for the discussions to follow in this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of FICCI, all guests, happy evening, namaskar. We had great messages, meaningful messages from our dynamic leader of climate change, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji. He really highlighted that in what way we, the Indians, we, the India, moving forward for this Viksit Bharat. For Viksit Bharat and for actions for Viksit Bharat, I think sustainability is at full backbone. Sustainability would be paving the way that we can be prosperous and at the same time, we can be sustainable. Indian ethos also says that yes, we have to act responsibly, and in many ways, India as country has been able to show it. We are really fortunate that India, though being a developing country, an emerging economy, but still it has been able to show the climate leadership. We heard from him that India is one of the few countries and few economies and only one country in G20 who could fulfill its NDCs maybe 8 or 9 years in advance. Today, we have been focusing on that what more can be done so that businesses can be part of this sustainability drive. It has been very well understood now by most of the businesses that if we try to understand sustainability in business way also, it can be profitable also, it can be economical also. And that's why many times I do say, clean and green is profitable and sustainable. Various clean technologies which have been embraced by industries in India also and in the globe also, like renewable energy or energy transition, circularity, including waste management and waste usage, usage of low carbon technologies. It has all helped the business to bring down their carbon emissions and at the same time to bring down its cost also. With this view in mind and with the commitment of FICCI members that they would like to bring down their carbon emissions, as well to collaborate FICCI's actions with Viksit Bharat actions, we in FICCI, under leadership of our dynamic president, Shri Anish Shah Sahab, and presidium and committee of FICCI, we identified few areas which can definitely support industry in a big way, as well can align the goals, the objectives of industries, as well it can also align with the global thoughts. With the support of our co-chairman, committee members, and the presidium, we identified few areas which can make big impact for industry as well as for climate change. And in that, we identified that to support actions on utilization of clean tech or low carbon technology or the new technologies, what is required is finance. Now, in what way finance can be made available so that certain new technologies can be tried out? In those cases, it may not be straightway a business case, but there may be ways and means by which business case can be created and industry can take up those projects. And one of the means of finance which was also tried out in last Kyoto Protocol under CDM is that if we can generate carbon credits by reducing our carbon emissions through various new technologies, these carbon credits can be source of finance. In fact, in Paris Climate Agreement, Article 6 was created for carbon credit trading also, as well how transfers of technology can take place, how there can be collaboration in the countries. And with that focus in mind, we highlighted in the ministries, in the PMO, that if Government of India can act fast on implementation of Article 6.2 and 6.4, then definitely industry will be benefited by the availability of finance, as well low carbon technologies can be implemented, and we can bring down our carbon emissions. And when I say 6.2, it means that two countries can have agreement in which they can trade their carbon credits, and in 6.4, carbon credits can be traded globally, provided the original country of origin can sanction that. So friends, Indian government took those actions, and we are quite hopeful that for 6.2 agreement, India would be shortly signing agreement first with Japan, and then maybe a few more countries like Singapore, Switzerland, etc. And this will enable us to get the technology also, as well as carbon trading also. Similarly, on 6.4, India took proactive steps, and they could identify 14 very high technologies which can support reduction of carbon emissions and at the same time can also create carbon credits. There were certain mechanisms which was to be finalized at global level, and I am happy to share that in this COP29, which is going on and which will be ending tomorrow in Baku, Azerbaijan, there has been general agreement that how 6.4 can be implemented, and I am sure that in 1 year's time, the mechanism for 6.4 would be finalized, and then we in India also, we the corporate also, will be able to create those projects, and that will be a good source of finance. I must thank the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Power, and also PMO and Niti Aayog, with whom we met many times, And we could also align with what they are thinking, and now things are happening. Similarly, to impress upon and to provide some methodologies in this month's Asian Climate Summit, which was held in Delhi with the support of IATA, FICCI also released a paper, how to implement and why to implement Article 6 in India and globally. I'm happy that this will see the day of the light, and we will be able to implement various projects. Similarly, there is one technology which would be the enabler to bring down CO2 emissions of hard-to-abate sector. And when I say hard-to-abate sector, it means where it's very difficult to bring down their CO2 emissions. And this hard-to-abate sector includes power, steel, cement, transport, and few others also. And there, until and unless you are able to bring down the emissions by capturing CO2 and then ultimately using that captured CO2 into a useful material, or you can do sequestration or storage, you can't make those sectors net zero. We had made a lot of efforts, we had made a lot of presentations to Principal Scientific Advisor, Niti Aayog, Ministry of Power, and I'm happy to share, though I wouldn't say that it's just because of the effort of FICCI, but I would say that yes, we accelerated the process, and then now in principle, government has decided that they would create mission CCUS, mission for carbon capture, utilization and storage. And this will go a long way, because by this mission, like you must have seen that mission green hydrogen came in 2 years back, and that has then accelerated the projects. So similarly, the project on CCUS will come in where mission CCUS will be supporting industries, they will be supporting various demonstration projects, they would be supporting various incentives by which it will be possible to do on a commercial basis. Even in today's context, there are few pilot projects which has been implemented, particularly in industries other than oil and gas, where CCUS or CCU can play the role. So I'm quite hopeful that with this mission CCUS, I think we'll be able to implement technologies, and I'm aware that there are many FICCI members who are ready with some projects, some technologies, and the way mission can come, the way government can support, the way this Article 6.4 gets implemented by which this technology project can be traded, I think it will go a long way. Similarly, we knew that sustainability practices would also be required to be undertaken by MSMEs. Until unless MSMEs are able to understand this, because they are the most important partner of value chain, they are the most important part of Indian businesses, Indian industry. So for that purpose, FICCI did a lot of activities, they conducted various programs, and they have been able to create certain compendium by which they can be advised, MSMEs can be advised that this is how this sustainability practices should be implemented, and more particularly that's on how to bring down the energy consumption, how to implement carbon renewable power, and how to go for circularity. Similar exercise was done for circular economy. And in that circular economy, I think a lot of actions were taken, and particularly how waste management can be done. And now a compendium is being prepared by which we'll be able to share, FICCI will be able to share that how and what way the circularity can be beneficial for the organizations. Friends, in addition to this, we also have focused on electric vehicles. In last program, about a lot of talks have been there on electric vehicles, but I would say that until unless we are able to decarbonize transport sector, we will not be able to reach our target of net zero even by 2070. So in that context, Government of India has been quite proactive. FICCI's committee has been quite proactive, which was appreciated by the secretary also. And in that context, I think now a lot of momentum would come. We have been suggesting to the government to come out with certain policies, certain roadblocks to be removed by which more and more EVs can come. And EVs are not only for commercial, only for passenger vehicles or the scooters, but EVs would also be required for transportation of vehicles like trucks, etc. So that needs to be also done. So friends, these all actions have come in last 1 year with the support of all committee members of sustainability, to whom I would like to thank. As well would like to thank the president and the presidium and the FICCI management that who can support us. And I'm sure with these actions, we will take it forward, and the commitment which was given to PMO that yes, we would try to bring down carbon emissions by 17% in 3 years. I'm sure we'll be able to get the fruitful results. So friends, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that wonderful address we had from you. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome on the panel our distinguished session moderator, Mr. Rajat Gupta, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I have the privilege now to hand over to our session moderator to lead this conversation on creating a sustainable and resilient future. Over to you, sir, and you have about 35 minutes to close the panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for the time check too. So first, welcome all of you. Let me frame this discussion a little bit and set the objectives of it. 3 or 4 things that be good for us to discuss today. Maybe the first one is that on the topic of sustainability, relative to 2 years ago, where we seem to be in a state of doom and gloom, certainly in some parts of the world. Is there a silver lining there? So that's one topic we should certainly touch on, and particularly topical given that COP is ongoing at this point of time and G20 has just concluded. A second topic is about India specifically. I like to say that 75% of India of 2050 hasn't been built yet. And so is the challenge and the opportunity in India different from what we are hearing from the rest of the world? Though we are following the rest of the world in some places we do, and we are beginning to lead in some, but do we need to do things differently here? Maybe the third one would be certainly to we think about decarbonization largely as a cost, but as McKinsey we are beginning to discover that it is a source of value creation or potential value creation. So I'd love to be inspired by your stories of value creation in this space, both that you are seeing in your sectors as well as in your companies. And then finally, let's look forward and talk about opportunities that this opens up. So with that context and objectives of today, let me turn to the first question of the doom and gloom. And maybe I'll turn to you, Alexandra, for this question around the fact that we have inflation post-COVID, we've had wars, we've had European economic difficulties, and Europe is the continent that has been leading the charge on this. We've had US elections. It did seem like the topic is going off boil. What does it feel like to you on the continent? What do you see companies and countries trending towards?
Thank you very much. Thank you all for inviting me to this great event. I came especially from France to be here today with you. I don't think that climate and decarbonization are going off the boil. Of course, it's a very long-term process, but we see the commitment of many countries. I could not understand everything the minister said, unfortunately, but I could understand you, and I see your strong commitment to these topics. And I think that this will become all the more a competitiveness factor for smart companies, for smart countries in the future to tackle these topics of transition, energetic transition, ecological transition. And those who will really prosper in this new era, you said it, there are many challenges, are the ones that would prove that they truly want to engage in building a sustainable future. So we, as the Paris region, we feel a very specific responsibility. Since Brexit, we are the only global metropolis left in Europe. We are the first economic region in Europe in terms of GDP. We have the third concentration of Fortune 500 headquarters in the Paris region, 40% of French research, and so we feel a responsibility to lead the way on those topics. And from what I see today, and from what I hear about India, I think it's the same for you with your program Viksit Bharat. I heard before about farmers, about all the politics you put in place, about companies investing and really show their commitment. And look, why am I here today? I came once in January to sign MOUs with the state of Karnataka on deep tech, on technology, with also schools on AI, to create those links and to co-invest in solutions, to exchange startups. You talked about some clean tech project. I didn't hear France, but no, I hope that we also build this partnership. I just signed an MOU with FICCI to make our partnership concrete. And so to answer the question, I think it's a long-term process, and cooperation, it's not a choice, it's a necessity. And so between countries across the globe, really to find those solutions to help companies invest and find the funds that you just said. And so I'm pretty optimistic, even if the situation might sometimes seem a little bit less.
So what I hear you say, Alexandra, is that this is a long-term process, and I'm presuming what you're also saying is there will be ups and downs in this process, and the intent has to be there and has to be solved. If I might just push a little bit deeper, I mean, the sectors that really matter in this are mobility, it's power, or energy more broadly. It's some of the hard-to-abate industrial sectors, which Mr. Singhi also mentioned. And of course, it's cities, which we'll come back to in a moment, but where a lot of the consumption of the carbon actually occurs. If you took these 3 or 4 sectors, and if you look at what's going on in Europe in these sectors, do you see a dramatic slowdown? Do you see a possibility of a future acceleration in terms of both policies that have to encourage this, as well as companies putting investment behind both decarbonization as well as green growth? What do you see sector by sector, or even country by country?
Yeah, so our view is that the public sector must really intervene. At least that's what we do in the Paris region, to really help companies invest. We know they face all sorts of problems that you mentioned, and so this is a big investment to do this ecological, energetical transition, and so the public sector has to be there. And for us, it's really at the center of our economic development strategy. Being, you said, transportation, helping the aviation sector develop sustainable fuels, you know. Or tomorrow, when I land in snowy Paris, I will visit a company, a startup that use nuclear waste to produce more energy. So all this innovation, we need to push them, and the public sector, of course, I'm one of the representatives of the public sector in France, but need to be there to help this sector grow, and in all sorts of, at certain moments, you know, to help the growth. And also, I come back again on this, help the cooperation. There are ideas here in India, there are ideas elsewhere in the world, and how we work quickest on all these challenges.
So I guess what you're saying is that the public sector commitment behind this remains, and it's absolutely essential. So there are a couple of places, perhaps power in some parts of the world, even maybe in some types of power in Europe, and mobility, where the technologies have become cheaper than alternate fossil fuel-based technologies. But there are many others, particularly in areas like steel and cement, where it is more expensive to make green steel and cement.
But perhaps just one word on mobility, because for us it's the main source of carbon emissions. It's 30%. So we invest 36 billion euros on really, for instance, doubling the Paris metro, which is already the fourth most dense public transportation network in the world. And for us, it's a way to tackle also this transition of the public sector, like investing a lot to increase the network and reach our goal of zero carbon region by 2050.
Thank you. So that gives us a bit of a view of what's going on in the center of where the climate transition is perhaps most active. Maybe I'll turn to you, Abanti, and if you can talk about India and the point about is India different and from our perspective?
Well, I think certainly India is different because we are clearly, as we heard even from the Honorable Minister before us, we are clearly very much still at a national level committed to the climate agenda. And our performance also has been very strong. As we saw, we are among the best performing G20 countries on our NDC commitments. But let me touch upon two imperatives, Rajat, for India that are slightly distinctive maybe from many other countries around the world. So we are talking here in the context of Viksit Bharat, and getting to that target will require the economy to grow anywhere between 7.5%, 8 to 10% over the next few decades. And there are two aspects of security that are very, very fundamental to being able to get to the Viksit Bharat goal. One is energy security, and the other is food security. Energy security, of course, India is very much dependent on imported oil. In 2023 alone, India's import bill for oil was about $160 billion US. And the geopolitical situation in the world has a big impact on energy security. And therefore, for India in particular, I think it's really important that through a combination of renewable energy, electrification of transportation as well as industrial processes, and energy productivity, producing more output as our economy grows with less energy. These become very important and actually imperatives if we are to achieve energy security and reduce our external dependence. Let me come to food security. I think here again, we know in the Indian economy and employment is very dependent on agriculture. But equally, India is among the 7th in the world. I think it ranks 7th most in terms of vulnerability to climate impact on agriculture. So if we have to have food security, again, it's very important that as a nation, we invest behind agri-tech, behind drought-resistant crops, resilient agricultural practices, water management, reducing our 10% post-harvest losses, and so on. So I think these two, energy security and food security, as we move towards Viksit Bharat, make it an absolute imperative for India to remain committed to the path of sustainability.
So, Amanti, you talked about securing energy because it becomes local, if it's renewable, for example, and adaptation for sustaining our food security. We have, with great difficulty, to achieve food security, but to retain some of that. Maybe one other dimension that I will add and get reactions from the panel here is, for us, I believe that decarbonization is perhaps the wrong word to use for India. Because we can, like I said, 75 or 80% of India of the future hasn't been built yet. And we can spend all our time and attention trying to decarbonize the past. Right? So what I mean by 75 or 80% of the India hasn't been built yet is the roads aren't there, the car park isn't there, the steel plants haven't been built, etc., etc. And just the 20-25% of India that's been built obviously has been built with past technologies in many ways. And a lot of other countries are spending time on decarbonizing those technologies. Instead, what we have to focus on is the 80% of India that's not been built, and to make sure that there is appropriate investment projects, that part of India gets built right. So I don't know, again, if there are any reactions to that point. Are we doing enough to build that part of India, right? Because a lot of it is going to get built in the next 10, 15 years. And many of these technologies, some of them are mature and competitive, maybe power, but many others are not. Any reflections on that? Are we moving quickly enough as a country?
I mean, I'll just come in maybe to say that's something that absolutely is, again, different about us, the fact that there is so much more that we have to build. And I think in areas where the business case is established or the technology is proven, the growth is faster, and the private sector therefore finds that there is a business case to invest and go behind them, renewable energy being an obvious example. But there are also areas where maturity of the solution is not yet established or there, and that is where more work has to be done. And an example of that, I would say, is building green infrastructure, or even early warning systems for extreme weather events. I'll leave it at that.
No, thank you. Okay, I'll shift gears a little bit back to what's going on in the world on this topic. Mr. Singhi, you've been at COP last week. You did mention some of what's happening there, but can you tell us what's going on, and how do you see, again, things accelerating, slowing down to accelerate at some point of time?
Sure, Rajat, thank you. In fact, COP29 has been named as Climate Finance COP. So everybody was concentrating that how developed world or the global north can support global south for either decarbonizing or for taking a lot of efforts to mitigate climate change. And there were two major topics which were to be addressed. One was how Article 6, which is for carbon credit, that can be initiated and finalized. And second, the finance which is required. In fact, the finance which was committed as $100 billion a year in Paris Climate Agreement, how that can be announced, though even hardly anything came out of that $100 billion. So these were the two major agenda of COP for finance, in addition to somewhat about methane, somewhat about adaptation and all this. In fact, the start was good of COP29 when on the day first it was announced that agreement has been reached that yes, we have to finalize now standards for Article 6.4, and now maybe in a year's time there should be possibility of carbon credit trading. And maybe therefore yesterday also it has been identified that maybe in 1 year's time those mechanisms would be created so that at least one way of finance can be arranged for any low carbon technology project anywhere in the world. Second part was that how we can get some sort of finance. So there I would say there is no agreement. And in fact, till yesterday when a draft was circulated amongst the countries, there is a big fight between global north and global south. And global north is now saying that yes, in fact, few big economies like China and India, they should not be the receiver of this fund as well. If possible, those countries should also finance somewhat the finance. In fact, the global north, and particularly India and China, who has been saying that since global north has been responsible for all these problems of the world, they must finance. So tomorrow is the last day. Maybe it may get extended by a day or so. But it looks doubtful that something would come out of finance. And one of the reason was also, or toughness of global north was also because everybody is now apprehending that US may come out of this Paris Climate Agreement, US may not finance it. So many European countries are thinking that should we only finance and why not USA? So there is a doldrum, and it looks like they were depending on, in fact, G20, that in 2 days' time some agreement may be there, but unfortunately nothing has come out from G20 about finance. So it will be an issue which will be now finalized or discussed in COP30 in Brazil. So there would be some discontent amongst the countries that we may not get finance, because we talk of an carbon credit, it will be a process of 2 to 3 years in which finance will come. So that may delay certain implementations of clean climate projects. Thank you.
Maybe just from McKinsey's perspective, we have a strong presence at COP, couple of things, sector specific. On the case of mobility, our sense from the conversations that are happening more on the private sector side is that EVs are here to stay. But the challenge there is reducing costs and getting them to be fully competitive versus ICE vehicles. It is to invest in the infrastructure around them, and it's to protect the residual value of the vehicles. So that's what we are seeing, quite specific discussions around some of the challenges that have to be met for this transition to occur. And on energy, where perhaps the topic of affordability and the topic of security has become more important than that of emission reduction in the recent past and last couple of years. But there is continued momentum. The issue also here that we are picking up across the world is that the energy demand is, particularly power demand, is growing extraordinarily rapidly, and it's not, the additional power requirement is not going to only be met by renewables or by green sources of power. And so therefore, managing fossil fuel power addition for security reasons and affordability reasons is a conundrum and a challenge that will have to get solved. So I think these are a couple of additional things that we are picking up on this topic. Maybe I'll turn to you, Rizwan, and we'll now transition a little bit to talk about sectors and companies. I'd love to hear a bit about what sectors are doing and what companies are doing to aid this transition, create value, overcome challenges. Let's start with logistics and DP World.
Thanks, Rajat. So logistics, the first thing that comes to your mind is obviously efficiency. That's actually the best form of actually creating sustainable operations. So methodologies like lean, making sure that your fuel goes that extra mile to ensure that your operations are as efficient as possible is really the first thing that we're actually focusing on. And I think you mentioned, Rajat, that with all these distractions, is sustainability getting the focus? I feel that sustainability is really, really part of the operating model of most companies. And why I say this is because one is, of course, the space that we operate in, but also our customers and our vendors are actually getting a lot more sustainability conscious in that sense, and are actually insisting on metrics, numbers, measures, future trends, et cetera, where are they actually investing? Are they actually sustainable forms of transport, for example, of storage, for example? I'm kind of very proud to say, at least where DP World is concerned, that with all the focus in the last 5-10 years, 60% of our operations are actually fueled by renewable sources. So there is a dent that we've actually made, a contribution that we've actually made. And then of course, a lot of age-old, thinking and age-old practices were challenging. For example, frozen food. It used to actually be stored and transported at minus 18 degrees Fahrenheit. We challenged it, we did a lot of research. So can we actually, get it down 3-4 degrees, right? And minus 15 is just as good. The freshness and everything else in terms of the outturn of the product is as good. So we started a campaign, and that actually happened a couple of COPs back, and has just gained a lot of momentum. Almost 60% of all the large shipping companies and logistic companies have actually adopted it. They agree with it. The top 30 food companies, for example, are fully on board to make sure that this is actually incorporated in the way they actually, deal with their vendors, as an example. Now, what does this do? This minus 3 degrees or 3 degrees difference. It actually saves so much of carbon because of the less fuel that we now need to actually use in cold storages and transportation trucks. It can take almost 4 million cars off the road, that kind of equivalent. So it is making a difference, and this is just one step in this direction, and there are so many other initiatives and measures that we're actually working on to actually challenge some of these old paradigms. The second one is obviously the choice of fuel. Shipping uses a lot of fossil fuel. There doesn't seem to be any credible alternative in sight of scale. So there's a lot of research that is actually being done, and we've actually partnered with the Mærsk Mc-Kinney Institute in Denmark to actually do a lot of research to see, is it methanol, is it green ammonia, is it green hydrogen? What is that fuel that we need to invest in, which is actually both cost effective, but also scalable in many forms and shapes. And here there are two angles to it, right? One is of course the choice of fuel, but the second is also the ships that have to actually be made ready. And you already have a fleet that is built and that's plying. So it's only the new ships that need to be then therefore invested in, which can actually take these fuels. And then the list goes on, but I just thought I'll touch on these 3-4 points, Rajat, to start with.
I just wanted to touch on one dimension of cost competitiveness. So we know that e-methanol or biomethanol or biofuels of various kinds or green ammonia as fuel sources will probably in the foreseeable future, maybe 5 or 10 years, certainly be more expensive than the alternative, the fossil fuel-based alternative. How are companies thinking about the fact that it's uncompetitive? Is this just trial at this point of time, and to be ready for the future, is this something that can be done at scale and passed on to customers?
So it's a combination of the two. First of all, the ships have to be built from scratch. So we've started the orders for building ships from scratch. So there are 4 ships that are actually going to be delivered very soon, methanol powered in that sense. And it's only when these ships actually start plying, start trialing, do we actually know how can we actually have the fuel availability at scale, at the cost competitiveness that we actually want. And we are also emboldened with a lot of research that's going on right now. And we hope that the research will actually help to ensure that more cost effectiveness comes in, both in terms of manufacturing, storage, because that is also a big issue, and therefore the availability, but also in terms of whether it's available, where it is needed. There are green shoots that we see all over the world in terms of ammonia plants coming up and stuff like that, but is it where it is needed, where at least shipping is concerned? I mean, those are things that will actually evolve as we go along, but we took the first step, ordered those ships, and that would be our first step towards.
No, I think this is great.
There.
I think you're in a fortunate position because you can acquire methanol and ammonia ships, and when the costs of green methanol and ammonia are high, you can use the grey versions, but you are making yourself future ready. I'm presuming you're working with vendors and suppliers of green ammonia, green methanol, which can then you can transition those fuels relatively easily. So that to that extent, the drop-in aspect of these fuels is something that will help you transition quicker, or perhaps more easily and in a stable manner. Maybe with that, I'll just turn to you, Alexandra. Cities are an important both generator of carbon as well as perhaps the biggest consumers of carbon in the form of food that we may consume, or white goods and buildings that we effectively consume. And of course, you're from the Paris region, and what are the kinds of things that you're seeing cities do?
So we personally face big challenges because we host 20% of French population of 2% of French territory. So, and also we don't produce so much of our energy, so in the energy we consume, it's like perhaps 10% because we don't have in the Paris region nuclear plant, for instance. So there is a big focus on the development of renewable energies. And so we work a lot on methanization, also with our farmers, methanization of our waste, geothermy, so all these new sources of energies, but it needs systems to adapt. For instance, we have the companies that run the French electric grid. We need to help them to incorporate these renewable energies in the handling of energy mix. So we put them in contact with AI firms that can do this. So this needs all these changes. You were saying we have 2 jobs actually. We need to push the new innovation, but also transition all the old industry. I talked about aviation. I'm talking also about automobile industry, for instance. Unfortunately, there is almost no more production of cars in the Paris region, but we help large companies to transition to all new models of retrofit or recycling the cars, and so we need to help massively these industries to transition. Also the construction building, I heard you talk about how to build with materials that are have less impact, environmental impact. And so we help our large construction companies like Bouygues to really use sober building methods and materials. And so, I'm talking again about mobility because it's a huge topic for us. I think it's also our responsibility. Most Parisians, they don't have a car anymore, and we help the network, as I said, to develop. We help our buses to transition. We change our diesel buses against hydrogen buses, gas buses. We also develop all the bike lanes a lot. After COVID, it accelerated so that people can move like this. So I'm very aware that it's adapted to a certain culture, but that's really something we put a lot of public funds on. And this is a kind of innovations we support, and we help companies invent the new models by putting public funding in these innovations.
Let me ask you one more question. In your role as an elected representative and a politician, some of these technologies are, of course, cost efficient relative to their alternatives, but many of them for the foreseeable future will be more costly, and in that sense potentially inflationary if they are adopted at scale, which I suspect as a world we need to do. How do you see your constituents, the people who vote for you, reacting to that? Do you see willingness to trade off, in effect, purchasing power?
I see a strong will of the youngest generation, really, to go into this, and they put a lot of pressure on politicians. And it needs to be realistic, of course. And that's why when I hear, for instance, if I take the example of agriculture, you need to help only the farmers that do without pesticides agriculture. I don't organic food. It's not realistic. You know, we tell them, okay, we help those that are pure, and but we also help the big traditional farmers to transition. So we need to put money in both, and one model cannot have all the solutions. And so that's equilibrium that is not always easy to reach, but it's very important for us also when sometimes our constituent tells, but yeah, you help the automotive industry, the aviation industry, they pollute so much. Yeah, okay, but if tomorrow we have sober planes and cars that don't pollute so much, of course we need to help these industries transition. So we're trying to be like to reach this equilibrium, which is not always easy, almost for politicians.
Thank you. Abanti, if I might just turn to you to talk about mobility, transportation, and what kind of initiatives your company is taking.
So, most of you, of course, know that we have a big electric vehicle play, which we have publicly announced. We are very cognizant of the fact that passenger vehicle electric adoption is way below what it needs to be if we have to get to the 30% by 2030 target. So it currently stands at 3%. But our view is great products which create desire for customers can play a big role in actually market creation. And so on the passenger vehicle side, I believe we are doing just that. And next week is the unveil of our electric origin SUVs in Chennai. It's a global unveil. And we feel very confident about what we have created here, which the world will see next week. And I think with that, there should be a rapid sort of acceleration in the adoption of electric vehicles in passenger vehicle segment, not just because of what we will launch, but also there are other models, new models, which other OEMs will be launching. But the point being that we will have some great products coming out of the Mahindra stable as far as passenger vehicles are concerned. I also want to make a plug here for our electric three-wheeler business. India's last mile mobility really needs to electrify fast. We are sitting in the midst of a very polluted environment, unfortunately, currently in Delhi. And there again, Mahindra has been a market leader. It has come into the market and really through great products, created a 22% electrification in India's electric three-wheeler industry.
This is of sales or installed base?
No, this is new sales. So 22% of all new sales in the three-wheeler category. And that's, an industry first, a world first. India is has the largest three-wheeler industry in the world. And we feel very excited and confident on the basis of the products that we are producing. To your point about charging, again, you will see that as an OEM, we have innovated and invested behind batteries, which will give longer range in the new models that are about to be unveiled. And we are working closely with the Ministry of Heavy Industries on PME drives, the 2,000 crores that's been earmarked very thoughtfully by the government for investing behind public charging.
So you talked about one challenge, right? The public infrastructure challenge around EVs. What about the battery, and you mentioned battery, what about the battery supply chain, the materials? How do you see that? Manufacturing, we don't have that much battery manufacturing yet. And China has really gone on to dominate that industry.
Yeah, so I think that actually goes back to a critical point of resilience and risk mitigation in the supply chain, as well as having a supply chain which you can depend on for accessible cost as well on the battery side. Rajat, that will require a minimum scale of EVs in the country, which will then enable localization. And the government, through the PLI towards batteries, is trying to do just that. And as Mahindra, that's a space that we are working on with our suppliers on, seeing at what stage would localization be possible, be viable.
I'll turn to you, Mr. Singhi, perhaps on the toughest to abate sectors, which is the industrial sectors, like the one that you lead, cement, similarly steel, aluminium, right? These are indeed among the industrial sectors are toughest to abate. What's your view on the evolution? You talked about CCUS and work that you're doing with the government, the mission, etc. Do you really think that the transition here will actually occur without necessarily inflationary pressures, or do you think this will require indeed prices to rise?
Rajat, I would say that there is a great awareness in few sectors like steel, cement, and to some extent in power. And there has been now plans that how ultimately these sectors can reach to net zero. It's just not reducing 10%, 20%. Of course, the time period may be 20 years, 30 years, like for India, it's about 2070. So there has been all these type of actions which have come out slowly as action plan to become net zero. And in fact, when I talk of cement sector, I would say that because of very high cost of energy in India, Indian cement sector has been always proactive in working on low carbon technologies. So it was first globally also that in 2013 and then 2017, low carbon technology roadmap was created by Indian cement sector. And on that basis, I can say very well that Indian cement sector is one of the most energy efficient and environment friendly globally. And our carbon footprints as a Indian cement sector is one of the lowest in the world also. In addition to this, what has happened is that slowly, with the full awareness of and full recognition of certain companies who are taking up targets for net zero, the roadmap is evolving very fast. So if I talk of my company, which in fact 10 years back started working on bringing down carbon footprint, bringing down CO2 emission in whatever possible. So in last 10 years, we could bring down our carbon emissions by 33%, and today we are one of the lowest carbon footprint cement company globally. And in fact, when we announced our carbon negative or net zero carbon roadmap in 2018, when it was not a buzzword or it was not being talked about. Thereafter, there has been a lot of awareness, and in 2021, almost 65% of the global cement sector has now committed that they would be net zero carbon cement and concrete company by 2050. So now there are certain technologies which have been identified. The good work which has been done by cement sector in India is how to use more and more waste product of other sectors like fly ash of thermal power plants, slag of steel plant, and on account of that, now today India produces 73% cement as low carbon cement, and low carbon cement ranges from say 40% to 80% of the normal global average. Similarly, like in Dalmia cement, now we produce 87% as low carbon cement, and we have now clear-cut roadmap that by 3 years, by 5 years, by 7 years, how things would happen. So the actions which have been taken by the industry per se as well as Dalmia cement is in cement sector, that how we can embrace more renewable energy, which is cost effective also, then how we can use replacement of fuel, alternate fuel. And I would say that we have been trying, cement sector has been trying to clean up the cities also by using their municipal waste or few other waste also. And Dalmia Cement is the leader in utilizing the waste product of other municipalities or the companies also. And similarly now, what we are working on it is that how we can implement carbon capture and technology, because until that is done, we can't bring down 50% of the emissions because of the process emissions. So this would also happen. So I would say we are quite optimistic that Indian cement sector per se, they will be able to work on low carbon technologies and will be able to bring down the emissions. And in time to come, it can be profitable also. Even today, whatever say low hanging fruits were there, cement companies or now even steel companies, they have been able to activate that. And that's why now most of the cement companies and few steel companies, they are now sharing the target with all stakeholders that in next 3 years what we would be doing, next 5 years we would be doing. So that way they are taking moral obligation on them also, and at the same time I think they would be implementing it. The one remark which you made about decarbonization was that now decarbonization for sector or industry doesn't mean that we have to decarbonize the old ones. It is basically now whatever say capacities which we put up, it should be with that decarbonization mindset. So it's not that we have to correct the past, but we can go as it is in the future. No, we have to embrace all the new technologies for our new capacity expansion. At the same time, whatever say has been put up, how that can be made efficient. So like yesterday, Steel Secretary said that now they are preparing action plan for green steel production. Similarly, the same would be done for cement also. Thank you.
Maybe Rizwan, if I might turn to you on what might be the penultimate question. What do you think the future will bring? What do you foresee as trends, particularly as a large global company that sort of sits in the middle, a little bit of a spider in the web? What biggest opportunities, unlocks to capture that opportunity is India, global?
So, one of the biggest opportunities we see is unlocking new corridors, which will actually be shorter, from one place to another, geographically speaking. So if you look at the Suez Canal, for example, and if you look at the Malacca Strait, for example, and if you look at the Panama Canal, these are the 3 legacy established corridors, right? If you look at the Malacca Strait, 25% of global trade passes through the Malacca Strait. 12% of global trade passes through Suez, and 15% passes through Panama Canal. There's a huge reliance on these legacy corridors. If something has to happen in the Suez, and if there's a geopolitical issue out there, the ships have to actually travel around the Cape of Good Hope, which is 40 to 50% longer, and therefore consuming that much more fuel, which essentially means that you also need more ships, and so therefore more building of ships, and therefore a carbon footprint there as well, in addition to the fuel that is being burned. So it's extremely important that from a sustainability angle also, that we de-risk these corridors to make sure that the supply chain is as resilient as possible, or even more resilient going forward. And so therefore, the two corridors that are actually pushed by the emerging economies, the global south, and namely India, leading the pack, is the INSTC corridor, which is which is connecting Asia with the South Asia, Southeast Asia with the CIS countries. The other corridor is the IMEC corridor, which is India, Middle East, Europe corridor in that sense, and which has a multimodal component to it. So it's rail, it's road, in some cases waterways as well. And then actually brings me to the second point, which is about multimodalism, right? There's a very, very clear link between more than one mode of transport, a combination which can actually give a much more sustainable footprint. For example, if you just compare road with rail, and I'm sure that all the EV initiatives and the targets that we've actually set for ourselves will get there, but I think it's important that we have parallel initiatives as well. So there's a 60% difference in terms of carbon footprint between, say, road and rail, and road and waterways in that sense, right? So if we can actually promote more and more coastal shipping, for example, we have a 7,000 kilometer coastline. If we can actually have our coast very well linked by a reliable service, and a combination of rail, coastal, and last mile, first mile, it can bring down carbon footprint by as much as 70%. And this is something that we've actually done for a lot of our clients, and we're now productizing it and scaling it. We also have something called as a carbon emission calculator, because it's not enough to just believe what I say. It's also important to actually calculate real time with data, which can actually be then certified afterwards by a government agency and can be actually used by clients and by industries as proof that we have actually made a difference in terms of the carbon footprint. So that's the other issue, right, that we need to actually promote more of. And we have a great rail network. We need to take full advantage of it. We have a great coastal 7,000 kilometer coastline, which we need to take full advantage of. We have great inland waterways that we need to commercialize. The Ganges, for example, there's at least 500-600 kilometers of navigable water that we need to make sure that is dressed throughout the year and that ships can ply actually. And the combination of coastal waterways, and other modes of transport will definitely make a big difference in terms of, the 10% that logistics actually contributes where carbon emissions are concerned. And then, of course, the final point for me is that, we have to also innovate, right? So, for example, ports and very large places where cargo interchanges take place, we need innovation there as well. It's not important that we just stack cargo one above the other. There could be, many more different ways of doing it. So we've actually patented a new methodology, an innovative way of actually increasing capacity by almost 3 times, reducing wastage in terms of unnecessary movement of cargo within the terminal by as much as 60%, which therefore needs to be actually scaled up, and productized and made sure that, it is widely propagated. So the list goes on, and there's quite a bit that we need to do in the logistics space.
That you've provided. Maybe I'll close with a public interest question as different from corporate interest. This is to you, Alexandra. You were involved in the organization of the Paris Olympics. India hopes to have them in 2036. I understand that sustainability was at the core of that organization of the Olympics. What did you do, and what advice would you have for us?
Yeah, indeed, they were the greenest Olympics in history. It was part of our bid when we applied to host the Olympics. So first, what did we do? 95% of the locations were already existing or temporary. So there was no construction behind, and there were also the first Olympics to be 100% accessible by public transportation. Again, public transportation, bikes, and so on, and everything worked very well, I must say. And then we put a special attention on, for instance, the Olympic Village. Now it has been transformed. It has been transforming. It's happening right now into housing, 3,000 housing with technology in it that you won't exceed 28 degrees Celsius by 2050 without AC in those housing, for instance. Or the Olympic pool. It was hidden with solar panels and also with the heat of a new data center that we helped set up close to the Olympic pool. So all these technologies happened, and also, yeah, I can go on and on, but very innovative materials in all the seats, in all everything. So basically, this was a very important part of our when we applied to host the Olympics. I hope, I know you are bidding for the 2036 Olympics. Anyway, we can help and share experience. We would be happy to do so.
So perhaps India can bid for a net zero Olympics and win it. All right, I'll try and bring this to a close. Coming back to the objectives of this discussion, I think what we heard is that this is a long journey, and as in any journey, there will be ups and downs. So the doom and gloom that we feel and hear at this point of time, particularly in the center of where the innovation behind climate started, Europe, is perhaps temporary, and hopefully they'll continue to lead the world and show us the way. I think for India, there were several points that came out about the fact that this is good for us, whether it's for food security or energy security, or for the fact that we are building a new India. We are going to build 3 new Indias in 25 years, and we can build that right. I think on the corporate front, what's clear is that there's a set of technologies that have become competitive and where real money is being put. Even our research following 200 odd companies, we found that in the last 4 years, they've sixtupled their investment up to about $300 billion from about $50 billion in mature climate technologies like the one you talked about. And yet we also heard about less mature climate technologies where corporations will proceed more carefully, and of course governments and the public sector has a bigger role to play to incentivize those. So with that, I think we've got answers to the questions that we had, and we'll proceed from here.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us now Mr. Philip Wen. He's Chair ICC Paris, and may I invite you, sir, to kindly deliver the special address. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Mr. Philip.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to join you not for this important session, because of the calendar of the minister. We were slightly delayed. So anyway, first I'd like to thank Dr. Anisha, who is president of FICCI, for his leadership in fostering critical conversation that bridge policy, and for inviting me here today. And my sincere thanks as well to my first vice chair of ICC, Arshpati Shingania, for his unwavering commitment to advancing the priorities of the global business community. It's an honor to join this distinguished audience today and to close this very important session. You know, ICC was founded 100 years ago, and ICC India in 1929. And a clear and enduring mission we have to make trade a driver of peace and prosperity across the world, which is not an easy task as we speak. ICC now strategic priorities. What are they? We are guided by 5 priorities. First, obviously, we enable trade with Incoterms, and we have $17 trillion under these Incoterms with the trade of goods in the world. But we are also now more and more focusing on growing trade frictions impacting the global economy. Trade is clearly, we've faced with headwinds and rising trade frictions. And this is creating an uncertainty to business. So there is also a risk more and more, as we say, of a tit-for-tat cycle of unilateral trade interventions Just be aware that in 2023, there were 3,000 trade barriers in the world. And what's good to know is that 5 years ago, there were only 600. So it's only 5 times more, right? So something is happening. And we are not sometimes far from a full-blown trade war that extends beyond what has been essentially a tech and green war between China and the US, potentially causing significant harm to the global economy. And indeed, we have recently seen an escalations, several escalations in sectors like steel, aluminium, EVs, electric vehicles, that have amplified tension and risk. And this is setting potentially a broader surge of trade restrictive measures. And consider the worries that have been caused by the entry into force of the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism. And you know, we were with the Minister Goyal just before coming. That's probably the reason why we are a bit late here. As well as new rules on deforestation in supply chains. These measures, while aimed at addressing critical global challenges, they are potentially fueling trade frictions. And government must calibrate their responses to domestic, industrial, and political challenge to avoid inadvertently escalating their tensions further. So we need to see effective multilateral dialogue if these frictions are to be contained and ultimately resolved. So dialogue is not enough. Practical action is needed. And ICC is uniquely positioned to facilitate solutions, working with governments and industry leaders to reduce barriers and create a more predictable and efficient global trading environment. And we are also committed to increasing MSMEs' participation by raising awareness of ICC tools that support growth in international markets. So this is the first priority, tackling trade frictions today. Second, we are obviously advancing on justice, integrity, and the rule of law. By 2025, ICC arbitration will be fully digitalized, ensuring faster, more efficient case management. I'm sure that this will be good news for a number of people in this room. And this year, also, we will open a new state-of-the-art center in Paris. No relation with the fact that I am French, it's just because it was an old one. But it will expand our ability to deliver world-class arbitration, particularly for smaller businesses. These steps, they further solidify ICC as a global leader in justice and in transparency. This is the second priority, the rule of law. The third one is about accelerating trade digitalization. It remains now a real cornerstone of our efforts. By 2025, what we want to do first is to ensure that 50% of global trade operates under the laws that recognize electronic trade documents. You know that title of properties are in paper and that we have to switch to electronic recordings, and that this needs mostly a law in each of the countries. And in parallel, what we are doing is to work on interoperable standards and piloting digital trade corridors, which are, I hope, very soon, 1 or 2 will be tested in this country. They are in the sectors that create a more efficient and secured global trading system. So digitalization is an area that we discussed also with the authorities in India during these last 2 days, and it's a very important matter. Another one in digital field for MSMEs is that the product that we have launched, it was 3 weeks ago in Istanbul at the World Chamber Congress, that we call One Click. It's an opportunity for each of the 45 million businesses which are linked to the chambers, and those of FICCI as well, to link with the rules and tools of ICC, wherever you are. And today, is already translated in 15 languages. So Imran is committed to to do it in Hindi, but not only in Hindi, because there are a number of languages in India, so it's a bit more difficult, but we will get there, right? And this will significantly facilitate the MSME's inclusion in global supply chains, which I think it's a very important matter, especially here in this country, due to the potential development of the MSMEs. This is digitalization, the third priority, that, as you can see, we make it very concrete. The fourth one, it's about enhancing or at least supporting multilateralism. It's critical in today, interconnected ICC is actively advocating for WTO reform. Obviously, we have to restore the dispute settlement system. It will take some time. The political conditions are not really positive on this respect. But just be aware that if WTO were to disappear, we made a study, what would happen? The emerging and developing countries would lose 5% of their GDP. It's not nothing. And at the same time, lose between 30 and 50% of the trade flows because they benefit from the current rules of WTO. So it's not a minor thing. We must keep WTO by any means. And the fifth priority, if I take it on the last fifth priority, is because I was supposed to address it to fit with the theme of this workshop. It's climate and sustainability. And I was last week in Baku. It's an interesting place for the discussions on CO2. We have been reinforcing that climate action in an urgent imperative because it's really an urgent matter. We think CO2, climate, and so on, 2050. We made a study again. What does it say? It says that on the last 2 years, there has been a $1 trillion impact of the severe events, $1 trillion, which is on 2 years, but 0.1% of GDP globally, but also that has impacted 1.6 billion people. So it's now, it's not in 2050. And we firmly believe that our mission in ICC is to contribute with international trade to addressing climate challenge. Because trade is a key part of the solution. With our investment, trade, climate today, it's the same thing. And we can do this on the CO2 matters and also on the circular economy initiatives to have, as much as we can, align rules on this area. And perhaps just to illustrate the sustainability matter for us, I will take quickly 4 examples. One is voluntary carbon markets. It's a matter which is increasingly recognized as a vital tool in accelerating the transition to a low carbon economy. Carbon markets, we have an agreement on Baku on the operationalization of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which was one of the articles that has not been operationalized. So now the offset of carbon can be done between countries. It has to be now to set up a regulatory body, but we as ICC, the window is open, and as we have done in the past, the Incoterms to have a soft law of trade. I mentioned the e-platforms recently. I would say there will be with ICC inside, which means that we would, with our standards, have digiterms. Now I think the challenge for us in ICC on these carbon markets is to standardize and bring on the place eco-terms, right? So this is what we are going to do. And we have issued a paper in COP29 about the voluntary carbon markets, just to start to show that, yes, it could be a robust way to help funding transition. You are aware that we are emitting currently 55 billion tons of greenhouse gases on the planet, 55. You can make the count how much it is for each of us. As for me, it's 7 tons per year in France. But what you have to know as well is that 10 out of these 55 will have to be either captured or collected one way or another, okay? So for these capture equipments, capture carbon storage, and number of possibilities, this kind of funding on voluntary carbon markets could be very, very useful. So this is one. The second piece is the sustainable trade finance question or opportunity, what you call green trade finance to simplify. It's a real opportunity. We have worked with banks and corporates to build a robust framework to assess the sustainability of individual transactions from a seller to a buyer with a transportation step, plus the upstream part of the seller and the downstream part of the buyer, 5 steps. And we have managed to set up a rating of how we assess the sustainability of the transaction. So this is now done, and we are at a point we are going to make pilots, because what we want to do is such that the green trade finance can have access to attractive financing conditions. You know, when you make an investment, a project, you can have financing through green funds. No such thing in the trade finance. So with our approach, we can have also access to, and it's important to have good financing conditions for these green projects. The third piece example is the circular economy. We put perhaps you are not aware, but on materials. We will extract from the planet in the next 30 years as much as since the beginning of humanity. We extract 100 billion tons from the planet, and here again, you can make a calculation. You don't have an idea, I'm sure, of what it means for one habitant of the planet. And as a European, for me, it's 20 tons. Probably a bit less in India. But nevertheless, if you divide 100 million tons by 8 billion people on the planet, you will have an idea that you can round it, it's 12 or 13 is an average, right? So this, again, is not acceptable, and we are working on the circular economy. We have issued this report recently. Perhaps, I cross fingers, not sure that we'll get there. We'll have a treaty on the plastics. They are meeting in Busan currently, the 5th one on this plastics treaty. Not sure that we'll get at the end. But if you were to go, just be aware that the plastics are recycled in the world at a rate of 9%. It's very heterogeneous. But here, we as ICC, we have a responsibility because, you know, we are partner of the World Customs Organization. And if all, according to Basel Convention, all the flow of products which are in the world not primary products are so-called waste, you're sure that will not go for recycling. There is a lot of secondary products and so on. So we have to make our part of the job on circular economy. So we are building a roadmap on this matter. And finally, the last piece I want to not present in detail, but mention, is the CBAM, because it's an interesting matter. It can be a blessing or a curse the way you do it. And it's not appropriate the way the EU is currently presenting the case. We have issued a paper which says that there are things that should be really taken into account in the idea to put a carbon adjustment mechanism. And there is, among the things that we say, that it's absolutely necessary to have a multilateral agreement, because one area cannot decide according to its standards only. And there need to be a consultation. You need to be special rules according WTO rules. You have a de minimis threshold. You must, according to WTO rule, make a carve-out for some countries and so on. And nothing of this is currently in place. So we are working closely on this matter as well. So these were just some very concrete examples on the sustainability matters to show you that we are on the case with all the teams, and we discussed with the ICC India and FICCI on what projects ICC, India could participate because it's one of the most important countries in developments. So as you are one ICC, as you know, India will be included in this project, and it will be part of these things. And the team with Imran is to deliver on this, I'm sure, under the supervision of Sunil and Harsh. Yeah? So now I want just to say again that FICCI plays a vital role in amplifying India's voice on the global stage, from enabling circular economy to promoting harmonized approach like green trade finance, potentially voluntary carbon markets, and so on. FICCI can play a pivotal role in ensuring that India not only participates in the global dialogue, but simply leads it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would request you to kindly join the panel. Mr. Philip, may I request you to kindly join the panel for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to thank Mr. Philip for his enlightening and impactful remarks. Sir's insights on sustainable development and global collaboration have provided us with a fresh perspective on addressing today's environmental challenges. And let's once again have a round of applause for our distinguished panel for those valuable insights they shared on sustainability. Thank you very much indeed.